Okay. Good morning. Thank y'all for joining us today. We've got reports today. So let's get started. Good to see everyone. Everyone that is joining us online, welcome and good morning. If you would just join me for a moment of silence as we center ourselves or center our thoughts. Excuse me. Around why we're here and what we are called to do. Thank you. All right. Next, we have changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
No changes from the department.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with our reports, and we'll start with Mr. Joel Lukadu, our Arkansas Teacher of the Year.
Right. Here we go. So, in these reports, I always hope to share a little bit about my journey, what's going on, things I've been doing, hopefully share the voice of teachers around the state, and then just be authentic. And I had something ready to go and planned. And then last night I was listening. We had a meeting with the other state teachers of the year. So we all quite a few of us got together on Zoom, and we listened to about 8 of them share these TED Talks. And usually we would get to do that at one of our meetings that we actually go together in at Princeton. But so we did it through Zoom, and it was really just kind of inspiring hearing their stories and hearing their talks. And so I scrapped what I had, and last night threw this together. So I hope if you don't mind, I'm going to share just a few things from that. But I wanted to do that because I think it really captures a lot of this year as well. And so, that's what I've got for us today. So this year's been hard. Like it just has. There's been so many challenges. I thought, whenever 6 months ago, I'd be at this meeting, January, telling you about a trip to Miami at the college football national championship, and so that was a little sad on Monday, thinking, man, Miami sounds nice, but here we are, and it's been challenging for everybody. And I think of a teacher that I've called Mom, who I've worked with. And she is retiring at the end of this month because of just some long-term, these effects and complications, and she's struggling. So it's been challenging. But at the same time, what I was reminded of last night is there has been so many, through the struggle, we've seen a lot of progress as well. We've been reminded of just the connection piece. And I think that's so important. So Rebecca here from Delaware talked about the power of pre-K, and not being an early childhood educator, I was like, all right, we'll see if this talk really connects. But it really did, and it resonated. And she talked about there is importance in the content that's being taught at those levels, but there's also power in building a love of learning at an early age, and the power of friendship and all of those things that go along with it. And that reminded me of Miss Davis. Miss Davis is my own daughter's kindergarten teacher, and going into this year, it was our first year, our first kid who's going to be at school 5 days a week, and the joy that she is coming home with every day from being at school and being there is it's incredible. And it's because there's teachers out there who are building this love of learning. She loves reading. She's getting into that, and it's just fun to watch. So, that talk reminded me of these teachers are out there. They're doing the work. They're building that love of learning. TK from Massachusetts talked about teachers are like YouTubers, which was one of the most unique and creative talks that I heard in a while. It was really, really fascinating. But you think of YouTubers, and what are they? They are master content creators, and they have to engage their audience. They have to make sure that their content is culturally relevant so that people want to come back and watch. They are reviewing analytics to see which videos worked and which ones didn't. Well, all of those things are what teachers do. And so he made this connection, and it was really cool to hear that. And that made me think of these two that I saw this past week, Jennifer Robbie and Rachel Carruthers, teachers here in Arkansas that have been instructional specialists in their district and have supported teachers. And then this year they get thrust into doing that, plus also providing virtual content and doing all of that, and how they are also those master content creators and engaging students in these unique creative ways. And I thought that was just such a fascinating connection. Becky Jo from Oklahoma talked about the power of a moment, and how oftentimes it's the unexpected and the unplanned moments that mean the most. And I don't think we can put enough on that this year, because not only with just the pandemic, but the social and the political climate, all of those things are coming into classrooms. Kids don't just leave that at the door and walk in. You are who you are, and here we are. So you're bringing all of this stuff to a classroom, and teachers are navigating so much and putting all of that together. She talked about trauma and adverse childhood experiences, and how many of our students are going through things, and then they're walking into these classrooms. But the importance of trauma-informed practices that many of our teachers here in Arkansas are being trained in and working on, because by doing that, we can move from trauma into hope and resiliency, and building that into students as well. And so I thought that was just a really powerful talk there. And then Megan from Nebraska talked about being creators of good. And when we think about seeing the good that exists in ourselves, but also in others, and coming together as a community to create good. And it was just a really great talk. And it reminded me of another place that I was at recently. It was Lincoln High School. And there was a teacher there. She's in the bottom right corner. You probably can't even see her. But Miss Brown. And these students were working, and they were talking about student voice and how do we incorporate more student voice into our everyday learning. And here they are talking about this teacher who is creating good, who is giving students options on how do I show mastery of the content. It's not just one way, but we can, you can do it one way. This other student has a better way, or a different way, not necessarily a better way, but that fits their needs, and we can all do that. And I thought, creators of good, here's a teacher doing that. And so all of these talks just kind of came together and reminded me of what is going on right here in Arkansas, and these teachers who are doing it, the students, the families, everyone working together. And so I know this is a little different this month, but I just wanted to share some of those things, especially the start of a new semester. I love school calendars because I love kind of the start, having these reset moments a little bit to come back to. And so I think in those, it's really important to reflect on what's been going on, but also look forward. And so hopefully we got a little bit of that here. But yeah, thanks for your time, and there we go.
Thank you. You have a great skill like most of our teachers do, which is to be able to adjust and shift when necessary, and we saw the moment to shift to something new. I'm so glad that you did and put it together very well, and we're glad that you shared that with us. So thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our state board member reports. Do we have any reports from our state board members? I'll start with Mr. Sutton. Any report? Okay. Anyone else? You did? Okay, Ms. Newton.
We had our ESSA meeting yesterday, and we talked a little bit yesterday about the alternate pathway for efficiency. We talked about that, so I've already shared that. I did want to share something that I was very excited about. We got a report from CTE and Perkins, and they shared that the progress that they're making on data collection and data sharing, and it's going to allow better tracking of what happens to our students after they leave post-secondary, to know where are they going, what are they doing, and so I was really excited about that, because that's going to show the effectiveness of everything that we're trying to do. You know, what are our kids being successful, and what paths are they choosing. We also got a report on the 4-year, 5-year graduation rate, and it was very impressive that consistently from 17 to 18 to 19 to 20, we're seeing progress in capturing more students in that 5-year cohort of graduation rate. So that was another piece of good news. I'm assuming that Ms. Kaufman is going to come later and share about the addendum, so I'm not going to talk about that. But it was a lot of good news yesterday, and so a lot of good progress being made with tied back to the overall umbrella of our ESSA plan. So I think that we have something as a state. I think, you know, we see it over and over with our computer science that we're leading the nation, and I really feel good about our ESSA, how that it is the total umbrella that it has. Each individual piece is all put together to just have a great positive impact on our students. So.
Else have any reports? Okay. If not, then we'll move on to Commissioner's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner's report is quite lengthy because we've incorporated a number of various reports from the department or the divisions into the Commissioner's report. But as Ms. Newton said, Ms. Kaufman is going to lead it off and give us an update on accountability. So I would invite Ms. Kaufman to the podium and begin her presentation.
Good morning. Share my screen. On your agenda today, I've attached 4 slides for you to see regarding the accountability updates. The first one, as Ms. Newton addressed, is graduation rate. And I put it into a table to really help you look at it. We're very excited to announce that the 4-year graduation rate for 2020 is 88.8%. The 5-year graduation rate is 89%. But when we look back, I always think it's important to put that information into context. And when you look at our previous graduation rates, you have to always look to see what the 4-year was the year before to see if the 5th year makes sense. And did we capture more students in graduation rate? So if I look back in 2019 at the graduation rate of 87.6%, did we graduate more students in that 5th year? And yes, we went from 87.6 to 89. So you look diagonally. And so I color-coded it so you can see that very clearly. So the question becomes about graduation rate is how's it calculated? Is it correct? Is it, lots of questions around what was the impact of COVID on the last 3 months? Did that affect our graduation rate? Listen, everybody studies all of these things because graduation rate is the one consistent metric across all states. And so what I've linked for you below that is the federal guidance on the calculation of cohorts for graduation rates. So all states calculate it the same. We all have very strict rules, and if you recall, in the previous years we saw some decline because we were implementing those very strict rules. So it's not only a school district's responsibility to get a young person through high school with all of the credits and the quality of courses to graduate, but they also have to have the proper documentation that goes along with those students for us to be able to calculate graduation rates. So I went back and did a little research to see where are we in comparison to other states. So we're in very good shape. We're on the high end. In 17, the highest graduation rate was 91%. So yes, we try to graduate every student possible, but it's just important to know our schools are doing exceptionally well, and we are confident that we are looking at every student to ask those questions. Are they graduating on time? Are they graduating within the 5th year? Is there a reason why they're not graduating? And so our schools are really paying great attention to that. The other part of school report card, of graduation rate, is that it goes on the school report card. And so it's the one piece of data that goes onto the school report card that then actually doesn't get used until the next year in our ESSA school index. Remember, we have a lagging graduation rate. So on Tuesday, we will release the school report card for public view on My School Info. And as you recall, because we have Arjit Sarkar and his team, we no longer have to wait till April 15th to release a complete school report card. As soon as data are available, we can start putting that information out. And then, as you know, we have some of the data required in our report card that we won't even have access to until February and March. And so that's why that April date exists. So on the school report card on Tuesday, you're going to see our typical module indicator on the left-hand side, and you'll see that when that module is green, all of the data are in that module. If it's yellow, we're still waiting on some. If it's red, no data has been loaded into that section yet, and it's just to signal the user what's going on. Arjit added a new color this year. It's data not available due to COVID-19. And so this year, when you open our school report cards, you will see a lot of CV where there used to be numbers. Because due to COVID, we did not take our assessment. We could not calculate school index scores. So a lot of data will be missing. But as you recall, we do have a lot of information that we can still report and are required to still report. So as always, we will release a commissioner memo on Tuesday with all of this information, and always request information from our stakeholders from across the state on how we make our report card better. So yesterday, I presented to the ESSA Steering Committee, and I talked to them about this Title IV waiver. We did get several waivers for last school year. This is the first waiver this U.S. Department of Ed has offered us this year. This waiver allows flexibility in how Title IV funds are spent. So we had to release it for public comment, which we did back on December 7th. We did not receive any public comment, so therefore, January 5th, I got this ready. Secretary Key signed it. We sent it in. We didn't hear back, so we kind of got nervous. We contacted them early this week and said, hey, where's our waiver request? And so last night, we received a tentative approval. And the way the email read is, everything looks great. In a couple of weeks, you'll receive your official notification. So we feel great about it. The email said that we could go ahead and start utilizing the waiver. So we'll get that information out to the public, out to our schools, so that if they can make any adjustments. The issues become, most of them have already tried to spend their Title IV funds, but if any have any remaining, they'll have this ability to adjust. And finally, we've talked before about the opportunity for a one-year addendum. to our approved ESSA plan. We've been through very rigorous review of every metric within the ESSA School Index and all of our accountability questions. We've reviewed that with our ESSA steering committee. We've reviewed that with our advisory groups. We've reviewed that with our technical assistance committee. And as you know, we put out a commissioner memo requesting public comment on an addendum. Yesterday, the ESSA steering committee reviewed all of that and approved us sending in that addendum. Just for your memory, what we are asking for is just to skip the 19-20 school year. Since we did not have data to be able to exit any of our schools in need of comprehensive support or additional targeted support, we're asking to just shift over 1 year. And if you recall, last time I talked to you about this, I kind of gave you a calendar of what that little shift will look like. What's coming up with the new administration, we don't know. We know that we are monitoring data. We will be doing a lot of analysis on the data, but as Stacy and Ivy and Secretary Key will say, you know, we need to assess. We need to assess this spring. We need every kid that we can possibly get in to assess, because we need to know where we are. We're missing a year of data. We need to know where our kids are so that we can use our funds most appropriately. And I will just close by saying we were talking to our schools on Tuesday about ESSER 2 funds, making good use of those funds, and we need data to make good use of funds, because we can assume there's learning loss, but we need to know what is the learning loss, if there's a learning loss. This afternoon we're gonna, or sometime today, we're gonna look at a parent survey, and it's really interesting to dig into the data to see what the perception of parents are around that educational attainment. So it's all coming together. So any questions? Or
There's two things, Deb, if you could. One, you alluded to it, but back on the first slide, maybe refresh our memories of those more restrictive requirements on calculation of graduation rates and why we saw that dip between 18 and 19, and you know what we've done to help schools locate these kids.
Thank you. Yes, you have to account for every student from the time they become their first time enrollment in 9th grade. They automatically go into a cohort. So what was happening previous to this guidance, is in our working business rules, if a student was at your school, School A, and you submitted into corrections that student left my school and went to another school, then that student was dropped from your graduation rate. But in the guidance, that's not allowable. And so, because we do have a robust system within Arkansas, we can see that if you say this student left my school, that student has to be picked up by another school in Arkansas. And we can verify that that student did enroll in another school. If that student left you and said, hey, I'm going down the road to this school, but they never enroll, you never get a transcript request. And so you are notified, but you just have to keep up with those students. What our schools have been able to do is to put in practices within their day of keeping up with kids. Where are these kids going? And then following up. If you wait till they're seniors and say, whatever happened to Debbie Kaufman? Where did she go? You know, she left the 9th grade and said she was going to go down here to this other school. But we never have documentation that we had a request for a transcript. If you're keeping up with that, then you're checking, I should have had a transcript request. Oh, where are they? You start contacting phone numbers, start contacting relatives, friends, neighbors. Where did they go? If they've moved out of state, we can put documentation in our file. So it all comes down to records retention. The second part that we improved since this drop is that our schools are doing a much better job of lessening the number of duplicate IDs in our system. And so our schools have just been tremendous at helping us reduce those, find those, correct those, and we have some of the cleanest graduation data that we've ever had in our state. So when I say you can have confidence in these numbers, trust me, we've looked at them from every angle numerous times, and we have confidence that we know where kids are.
Yeah. And I asked her to do that just so we're all, you know, we all have an understanding that that decrease from 18 to 19 wasn't really a decrease because Arkansas was not doing a good job or that somehow we had slacked off, but it was really a data collection and data verification process. And bragging on Ms. Kaufman and her team, they really have worked very hard to help schools. Some schools really, they're very sensitive to their graduation rate. They should be. So when we were going through this process, we had to have some difficult conversations, especially if you're thinking about a district that's close to Texas or Oklahoma or somewhere where kids are, you know, back and forth between states. But they've been very patient, very persistent and consistent with this, and as you see now, that rate's coming back up. We're still improving, but we're also more solid with our data. So I wanted to remind everyone of that. And those of you that are new, you didn't get to hear that presentation the last time. So that's important. And the other thing is, since we last met, Congress did pass a new relief package. Many of you probably know what's in that, but just in case you're not sure, when we talk about ESSER 2, ESSER 1, back from the CARES Act, was the Elementary and Secondary School Education Relief Fund, $128 million that came to the state, was distributed to the schools. That's what many of them used for purchasing devices, PPE, a number of things that were priorities. Okay, ESSER 2 is an extension of that was passed in the last congressional act in the budget. That's $558 million coming to the state of Arkansas. 90% of that has to go to the districts. So now we are working with them, and Ms. Kaufman's team is working with them. How do you spend that money effectively? And a new, it was allowed before, but now it's very much more explicitly allowed, is in the area of facilities with respect to ventilation, air circulation, and that sort of thing. So we're working, and the Division of Public School Academic Facilities is working very hard to provide the guidance to schools so that they know exactly what it is they can do with this money and do it in a way that is, we would consider a wise investment in their schools. There's also GEAR 2. GEAR was the governor's emergency or education emergency relief funds. Monday we had the announcement of a workforce initiative. Hopefully you all saw that. That was about half of the GEAR 1 funding, $14.7 million. And now we have a GEAR 2. 22 million of that is dedicated by Congress to be for assisting private schools. And then 13 million, I think, the other part of GEAR 2, 13 million, is for grants designated to educational entities by the governor that, again, for those most severely impacted by coronavirus. So a lot of moving parts. And then last night, President-elect Biden announced another relief package, and in that relief package, I've forgotten now the amount, it's a huge amount of money, that they are looking at sending to schools. So it'll be a third round of funding. We don't know details of what that looks like, but we'll keep you posted. And again, Ms. Kaufman's team is doing a very good job of working with schools to help them with their planning on how to spend these funds.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, quick question, just what's the timeline for schools to use ESSER funds or ESSER 2 funds?
ESSER 1 funds must be obligated by September 30th, 2022, this first pot. We have reimbursed schools at 60% of the total amount of funds as of our December report. So we're in good shape there. And as you know, when we talk about plan, do, check, we live plan, do, check. So we're in the do stage. And so we are checking in. In fact, this morning we checked in with co-op directors and showed them the school balances and let them see in relation to where we are overall as a state in the reimbursement of those funds, where are your individual districts that you work with, so that if we need to provide support or they can provide support, that can be done in a timely manner. We have posted on our website, so if you go to the CARES Act webpage, you'll see that we have posted, there's a link there to the allocations for ESSER 2 funds, and they must be obligated by September 30th, 2023. So they're 1 year advance. So, but if there's an opportunity for more monies, that's why we're just being so diligent, because we still have Title I, Title II, and all of our other entitlement funds that have to be spent appropriately within their timelines, and these additional funds. So we are just staying in constant communication with our co-op directors and with the schools to ensure that funds are spent wisely and on time. I will say that one of the issues with doing all of that, sounds great, we can make that all happen, is the thing that slows down the process is when you need to order something or you need a service and it can't be received in a timely manner. So many of our schools ordered Chromebooks, and some are just now receiving, and you can't pay for them until you receive them. Therefore, we can't reimburse you for the payment. And so everything happens in chronological order, and if that slows down, it slows down everything on the other side of that.
Looks like we have quite a few questions. I'm going to start with Dr. Hill.
Back to your graduation rates. I was looking at that over the years. Do we have an analysis to profile the demographics of that 10 to 12 dropout rate? So we know exactly what demographics or profile of those, because they seem to be consistent is looking at that percentage of dropouts. So if you're saying 88 to 90, so it's in the range of 10 to 12%. I would like for us to do an analysis of that cohort. That's a dropout cohort that maybe that's fumbling. Maybe we can see what protection needs to be done better from learning from the bottom up, rather than looking at the 90%, which is great, and the other 10% is really not relative unless that's your child. And I think that's something that we must look at and see what are the systemic reasons for that percentage of numbers to do that, and what can we do to back into that to continue to increase. 90% is great, that's an A, okay? But over a period of time, compounding, you continue to get that 10, 12, 10, 12, 10, 12, 10, 12. That's a lot of individuals over a period of time that continues to multiply. And I'm pretty sure, we don't have data, that's our prison population, because what we're looking at many times, 50 to 60% of our prison population are dropouts. And right now, our dropout population is going to prison to get a GED. Now, I spoke there at a graduation ceremony. It was the largest GED graduations ever at a prison population, inside a prison. And the families were ecstatic and they were happy. But I said, why do we have to come to prison to get a GED? And so I just want, if we can just take that 10% and treat that as a cohort, and I'll be glad to do anything I can to assist in that area. But, you know, rising tide lift all boats. And when the bottom's elevated, everybody comes up. So I would like to see that as best I can.
One of the things as you look into this guidance document that's linked on there is we are not allowed to consider a GED toward a diploma. And so it does, I mean, so if in a school, if a student gets a GED, they can, if they're still within the age allowability, they can come back into a high school and complete the rest of their courses for a diploma, or we have the Excel Center. So there are ways that if you get a GED, you can still get a diploma. But we cannot count a student that is into a facility or homeschooling that has indicated that they're going for a GED. They are automatically considered a dropout according to this graduation rate. And the second thing I would say about that is I've recently received some communication from people saying, well, other states are including GED. They include GED reporting on their report card. They do not include GED in their graduation rate calculation. I've double checked. So I pulled every state that even has the word GED in their report. So they report how many kids are getting GEDs, but they're not included in graduation rate.
Okay.
But we'll pull that report for you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I was just going to say, Dr. Hill, that's why we're putting so much effort into our reading initiative, because that's where it starts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, so again, yesterday I referred to things that we wouldn't have to have these conversations in 5 to 10 years. That's one of the conversations I hope we don't have to have in 5 to 10 years is because we know that the reading levels at the elementary grades are a signal of what the future prison population could be, future graduation rates, futures.
The third grade level reading can predict the predictors of 15 years of the next prison population beds that you need.
So that's where we've got to really, if we're going to have long-term success, that's where our emphasis needs to be. But at the same time, not ignoring all these other factors that happen through that process.
Thank you.
Ms. Newton, Mr. Lucadew, Ms. Woods, Ms. Chambers.
Deb, I had two questions. One has to do with numbers and the other has to do with timeline. So these percentages, I really appreciate the rigor that goes into what establishes the base and then what determines graduation. But we know that we have lost track of some number of students due to COVID in this last year. And so one of the things I think that would be interesting would be also putting actual numbers to these percentages. We could have a good percentage this next year, but the actual number could have dropped significantly just based on we've lost track of some of these. We don't know where they went. And to Dr. Hill's question, I'd be very curious if we are able to, and who's not here, raise your hand. I'd be interested in knowing the demographics of the folks that we've lost track of as well. I don't know how impossible that is, but it keeps us, I think, clear on, it's one piece of COVID and the implication of COVID and maybe what we do about it. The other thing had to do with the sense of urgency that I know you have. I so appreciate the rigor that goes into data analysis and then and basing our decisions on fact. Some of that's going to take time, and it would be really good to start to hear preemptive plan. Well, maybe preemptive is not the right word, but if anything that we can do that doesn't put everything into a serial line, so we can start to do some things in parallel and get to these kids earlier as we learn what implications of learning loss. I'd just be curious, you all are so close to this, you probably are developing a pretty clear sense of where we have some success, sustained success, and where we have issues. And would just be curious what your thoughts are and how those plans can be put into place, especially since it sounds like resources are going to be there to act on them.
I can generally address that quickly for you. If you come back in and look at the data within our ESSA School Index, so as Secretary Key said, reading on grade level. So in SQSS, if you drop that down and look at reading on grade level, that's the first indicator. If you go into our report card, you're going to see that by every grade broken down. So that becomes one of the first indicators. The second thing, big thing that I would address is also in SQSS, and really SQSS is kind of that canary in the mine that tells you what the other big numbers will be down the road. So if you look at on-time credits, that really gives you an indication of are students on time with their credits at ninth grade. If we see kids that are not on time that first year in ninth grade, we don't see them as seniors. And so when schools intervene quickly, then we see those things changing. And what I can say is what we've tried to do here is make sure that we have accurate data. That's number one. Because if I have accurate data, then we can go after the real problems, right? What is happening parallel is our school districts not only are understanding this better and doing a better job of record keeping, but they're also having those really important conversations and putting into place procedures that put those interventions in much earlier. So they're having conversations about ninth graders. And just a few years ago, working in a school district, we didn't have course recovery, credit recovery for kids that were failing until they were seniors. That's not the right time. But through learning about how we calculate graduation rate, how we communicate about this, people realize, I need to start that immediately. The sooner a kid falls behind, I need to get them caught up. That's what keeps kids on track to graduate. So those are just some big things, but we'll write up a much more detailed map.
That's really helpful. The one thing I don't think I articulated very well is assuming COVID affected every grade K through 12 to some extent with learning loss, how quickly we can learn from that and flip into the input into the fall to try to keep everybody, to try to get everybody back on track as they move forward. And that sounds a lot easier. It's a lot easier said than done, but we'll really be interested in the data that you have on that.
Dr. Moore?
Question on back to the ESSER funds. I know there's been talk about the teacher sick leave pay under COVID. Is that something that districts can use their ESSER funds for? And what other ways can they use funds for teachers?
So the answer is yes. If they put that into their plan for ESSER 2 funds, they can do that reimbursement. How else can they spend funds? Well, you need to start looking with your core program, your core instructional program, and saying, do I need to make some upgrades in my core instructional program? And so I think if you just look at overall achievement, then you would say that, yes, our core instruction programs probably need to be upgraded, correct? You can provide professional development for teachers with these funds. You can provide interventions. So if you have students that have fallen behind, if you know what their learning losses are, you can put interventions into place. Program interventions, personnel that you can hire to be tutors or outreach, whatever, someone to help kids get back on track. You can have extended school year. You can have summer school. You could have early start for kids that, not everyone, but early start for identified kids. You could have something all summer long. It can be face-to-face, it can be online. You have so many options. The air quality speaks to the health, so food security is a part of that. Improving air quality is critical, continuing to purchase PPE, cleaning buildings, making sure everybody's trained, the communication with parents. You can upgrade your communication systems with parents. It's really wide open. What you cannot do is, what you should not do is waste money just buy whatever you see come across from any person, vendor that comes across. You need to really look at it strategically, because the federal expectation is on the other side of COVID-19, on the other side of these funds, are our schools a better learning environment, health-wise and academic? Are we better off from what we have learned? From what we have learned and from the money available to us, are we better off in the future? And so that's why we're working so hard to collaborate with our co-ops, with our organizations, and help people think through. Don't waste this money. Be smart about how we spend it, even though we know maybe there's another pot coming, but be strategic. What do we need that's going to improve the health of our students and improve our academic performance on the other side?
Yeah,
That-
let me add to that, just to say, I don't know if you mentioned the additional compensation, but we've been working with some districts that have said, our teachers are doing all these extra things, our staff doing all these extra things. And so Ms. Kaufman has worked with 2 or 3 districts now on structuring how that could be allowable. And we don't want to say, well, you can just pay bonuses. It has to be tied to the additional duties that are taken on because of coronavirus.
So yes, and that is, we've been doing that under ESA funds. ESSER funds are very particular about additional payments. So any school that's thinking that their teachers have done more and deserve more compensation, we would have to talk to them, because it's very well spelled out. You cannot give a bonus with any ESSER money. But there may be some additional compensation for additional responsibilities or duties. Last night I sat in on a U.S. Department of Ed webinar, and moving toward the future, what they're looking for is everything that Dr. Pfeffer and Ms. Saraceni has talked about when we talk about opportunity culture. Are you putting in a lead teacher that's maybe working with a larger group of kids because they're really exceptional, and the new teachers that are being mentored by that teacher are working to work with small groups of kids. Whatever that configuration is, they are strongly promoting that we look at that. They're looking at using our ESSER II funds to say, can I send you to college to get you prepared to do more? So if they're thinking about something that on the other side of COVID and money, we're better, then that's probably something we can help them work on, how to document appropriately, and how to think about using that and stay away from any audit issues.
That is really exciting. Thank you for sharing. Are those plans, the district's ESSER II fund plans, public? Where do you?
So if you go to our CARES Act webpage, if you click on C, CARES Act, it'll come up. And you scroll down, we did an application process for ESSER 1. It does not detail a budget. What we added, instead of them having to figure it out, because they didn't know.
Right.
What we figured out is there are approved program codes that you cannot spend outside of these guidelines because there are the approved uses of funds. And so that's what we've done. The same thing for ESSER 2 is we have an addendum to the application, so we have that you've read and you assure you're following the guidelines. But then there are approved program codes. And even though there are approved program codes, we do have a team, Cindy Smith's team reviews all of the expenditures before we do reimbursement. So we're being very cautious. We don't want any of the repeats of what happened years ago with ARA funds, with, not in Arkansas, of course, but in other states. They're still talking about the misuse of funds. We don't ever want them to talk about Arkansas in that way.
Thank you very much.
One moment. Ms. McFetridge, did you have any questions?
I do. Yesterday, we were given the Act 1220 report on the Health Advisory Committee. And they talked a little bit about telemed services for children that were having emotional issues because of COVID. Would those care funds support any of that? Where is the department on telemed services? I guess I want to ask.
So ESSER 2 funds support mental health, social emotional health is one of the approved uses of funds. So I would assume we would support all of that, wouldn't we? Yeah. Ms. Smith says yes.
Okay, so the department would support telemed services then. Do we know if there's any schools that are using them yet?
Let me clarify. It's allowable. We have to be careful on telehealth because that gets into other agencies and other regulatory that's beyond our scope. So, any questions like that, we would work with the appropriate regulatory body to make sure that what the schools are doing meets those requirements. But we would be supportive and help districts understand how they can spend their money to support those types of initiatives.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sutton, did you have any questions? Mr. Sutton?
No, other than thank you for your presentations.
Thank you.
Good information.
Thank you.
And Dr. Hill has...
Yeah, I just was follow up. When I heard you talk about being able to have those programs that are needed, summer programs and things, does the district, each school can decide that? Each school district can decide their offerings for what their specific community needs for these programs, like you're talking about year-round schooling? As you mentioned that, and I'm just, and from experience, last year, there was a young man in the 4th grade that parent called, and he couldn't read. And it was in April, and so he was in 2nd grade reading level, but he was in the 4th grade. And so, but they were suspending him. And I guess my deal is, but he was not to be scheduled in summer school to get caught up on his reading. How would those specific needs be met? Does each district decide they're going to have year-round school, or does that something come from the state, us, that says this is what we need to do? That was my question.
With this funding, the language is specific. We set up, the state sets up the buckets, but the districts determine how to spend the money. So, and that's been a conversation we've had with some legislators. There's some that think, well, the state needs to tell them what they have to do. Well, one, we don't think we can. We're pretty sure we can't tell them what they have to do with this funding. And the second is, we can't say from the department what every district needs. So we know there are situations where we really think a district may need to have some kind of program. But here's the thing. They also have a history of knowing what the participation rate is. And when you say summer school has it sounds bad. People don't want to participate in it. Typically, when we have been working with districts that are doing summer school, participation rates lower than expected. So we need to rethink what we're doing. We need to think about extending the school year. As Dr. Pfeffer has termed mini-mesters. We don't need a semester. We might need a 3 or 4 week intensive where they just are really working on addressing the deficiencies that a student has. So it takes some creativity to do that.
In football, we call it academic red shirt.
Yeah. So I mean, if we because we have a lot of folks that understand what it means when you talk about football or basketball.
Right. Hey, we're not going to put you out, but we're going to work with you to develop. And so you go, and that's the thing I'm saying. You working out doing everything else athletically in the summer. Let's work out this too with this for those kids that need that. And I'm just saying, as creative as we can be to be enticed, the worst thing I hate to see is a person needs to be getting extra reading in the summer but they're getting extra physical activity in the summer, and we're not doing that. And when you heard those funds being there, I think the presentation, what you just said, to do that, we have to be tricky, maybe, to do what we have to do. But that was just my question, realizing if you took that cohort, looked at that 10 or 12% of those dropouts, I bet you, as you said, reading's low. So what can we do to be a gap filler with these funds to help that percentage of people who are not? So I'm just throwing out some ideas.
And we have so many more resources now than we did just a few years ago. When you think about the course offerings that our team has created with critical reading, strategic reading, those are for middle to high school kids, to help them. It's hard to put a 7th grader in a 3rd or 4th grade class to get them caught up. That's going to be an issue. But and we've also been creative in allowing teachers that may be certified to teach reading at the lower level to step up and teach those classes that may be they may not be middle school or high school certified, but for those classes, and Stacy, help me make sure I'm saying it right, but they are allowed to come in and teach those classes because they understand and can see what those students need, and have within that course help them fill in those gaps.
Right. I just, from a standpoint of motivation, it's just when people say, well, we don't want to go to summer or the mini semester, whatever, when I see all extracurricular activities taking place, and oftentimes, but the learning process. And I just think as much as we can have that included with the kids that need it, will benefit not only the schools and the community and the kids and the families. And so by having those funds to be able to, as you said, add some intensive things specifically to the ills of the reading of the students, I appreciate all that you all are doing to try to address that deficiency. Thank you. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
And it just reminded me of something that Dr. Hill and I participated in last year. It was with Graduation Alliance. Mm-hmm. And they have, part of their program is recovering those students that have fallen through the cracks, helping them get credit recovery, but actually, getting into the trenches, finding the old phone numbers, trying to track them down so that we can get that 10% that's been missing. To Commissioner Key's point, there's so many more resources available. I don't know how that partnership works with Graduation Alliance and school districts, but I know that there are partnerships out there, and there are ways for us to locate those students that have fallen in the cracks and bring them back into the fold and help them to recover and get their credit. So
We are working with them,
mm-hmm.
But I think our data is going to help our school districts not
Mm-hmm.
only just look at that group of kids at the very end,
Right.
but to the board's point, looking at those kids all along the way. We have primary kids that are not engaged.
Right.
That's a crisis.
Right.
So the good news out of all of this is we have some funds.
Mm-hmm.
And often we're asked to do a lot of things without funds, and we have funds, substantial funds,
Right.
if spent wisely, can make a huge impact in school districts and for kids.
Right. And that was kind of my point with the Graduation Alliance. They focus a lot on high school, but if you can take that same
Methodology.
concept
Mhm.
and apply it at a younger cohort, then you can recover them way earlier than, like you said, seniors in high school or even close to that.
It just speaks to the power, though, of the power and the need for parent and family engagement.
Yes.
Because it's not that our schools don't offer.
Right.
It's maybe that students don't participate. And so, as to Secretary Key's idea, that we're not just looking at the old way of doing business. We're looking at a 2021 model. What's the new way of doing business? What's the new way of getting students engaged, getting parents, families engaged in a mini semester or whatever the concept that schools can come up with. I think our teachers are smart. They can figure out some pretty great ways to interact with kids and get them caught up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next, sorry.
I was gonna see if we need to take a break. Are we good? We're good, okay.
Okay, all right. Our next presentation is our legislative proposals. We told you in the previous meeting that we would be bringing to you our legislation. We can make copies available to you, or make sure you have the bill numbers on any particular bills. But Aaron Franks and Courtney Salas Ford are going to make this presentation, and then when they're finished, I want to talk a little more specifically about the teacher salary proposal that the governor mentioned in his State of the State address.
Good morning. We're going to get this presentation for you. 1 second. Oh, lovely. All right, my name is Erin Franks. I'm the Chief Legislative Affairs Director for the department, and I guess everyone can hear me pretty well. As we go through the legislation, please let me know if you have questions as we go through each bill, and I'll be calling on all of my colleagues to assist as they wrote this legislation and have all worked exhaustively together. And they are getting that up there for you. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm going to start with our Career and Technical Education Bill. Act 910 of 2019, which is the Transformation Act, split the Department of Career Education into two entities, which brought career and technical education underneath the Department of Education. This bill is needed to, lost my train of thought. The bill is needed to clarify some conflicts within the, it's not a bill.
Just checking to see if, there we go, okay.
There it goes.
All right. Okay, and Aaron, you should be able to advance with that, maybe?
No.
Okay, Dan will have to do it for us.
Yes. Keep going. Right there. Thank you. So this bill is bringing oversight and rulemaking authority under the State Board of Education. Transformation did not allow for that to happen. And like I said, if you'll have any questions as we go through each bill, just let me know. Our second bill is we are amending the Right to Read Act. Training of teachers and administrators in the science of reading has been ongoing, and thousands have been trained, but even though that was ongoing, there was still interruption within the training process due to COVID-19. This legislation will extend the deadlines to 2023 to 2024 school year, allowing teachers the opportunity to finish that training and demonstrate proficiency within the program. So it's extending it out 2 years.
Let me add to that, Aaron, just to say, we thought, I mean, we didn't move this lightly because it's so important that we get this, the certifications in, get this requirement in, and get all of our teachers trained. But we lost all last summer pretty much. I mean, it's, and then this summer we know will definitely be severely restricted for any professional development and for our RISE trainings. So if we didn't do this and extend it 2 years, it was going to put some teachers in a very awkward position, not at their own, for any reason that was their own fault. And another thing is, well, why didn't you go virtual with this training, like this professional development, like we did with so many others? Because it's too important. We need face-to-face for the science of reading. It's so different than what many teachers have had in their teacher prep, and it's just that important that we did not want to move this to a virtual platform in any way. So, just thank you, Stacy. I got a thumbs up from Stacy.
All right, the next bill that the division will be running is the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Bill, and I'm going to let Courtney speak to this one, and Dr. Pfeffer, if you have anything to add.
Morning, board members. Courtney Solis Ford for the division and the department. So the teacher recruitment and retention plans formerly were called the minority teacher and administrator recruitment plans. And what kind of happened with this is, as we were looking at how we're shifting from more of a compliance standpoint to results standpoint, is what was happening with these plans? Was it actually effectuating any change? Were districts showing progress? And we found that a lot of them were, static plans that weren't evolving, were staying the same. And so we kind of took a step back and said, well, maybe if we make the focus on a diverse staff. Does the staff kind of represent the racial and ethnic composition of the students, the community? I'm stealing words from someone, but kids want to see teachers that look like them. They want to see that that's somewhere they can go, and so we feel like making adjustments to these requirements. We can help school districts set goals, set actions, plans in place, steps that they're going to take to try to recruit a more diverse population. And also included in that is how we as the division, particularly our Equity Assistance Center, is going to work with those school districts. And if they're not making progress, if they're not seeing those changes, what kind of resources can we provide to them? What kind of partnerships can they make? And so I'll give credit to, Dr. Hill, has pushed us a little bit in that area, and others I know certainly see this. And it's part of just our overall plan of recruitment and retention of staff. And Dr. Pfeffer could, of course, speak on this much more than I could, but, the different initiatives that we have for growing your own, encouraging our students to become teachers, and the different pathways are out there. So it's really a way to put all of this together to help districts develop a plan so that they can access that, and we can really work on teacher recruitment and retention. Did you want to add anything? Okay.
Quick question, could I get the bill number for that?
I'm sorry, what?
Could I get the bill number, the legislation numbers to look up?
Yes, so that one has not been filed yet, but certainly we'll share all the bill numbers with all of you, and as they become filed, we'll keep updating you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. And we can tell you which ones have been filed as we go through. You can. Sorry.
I'll go ahead and touch on. So the next one on the list is the Professional Licensure Standards Board. And a lot of this was just to update and clarify kind of the roles and responsibilities of the full PLSB board, the ethics subcommittee, as well as the PLSB staff. So who is truly responsible for initiating certain procedures. But then one of the changes is also to the response timeline that an educator has to request a hearing, reducing that from 30 days to 14 days. And the reason for that is to enable the department to meet the 180-day timeline for completing an investigation. All of you know that's been an issue that has come up before in hearings, and so to give us that little bit of extra time to make sure we're meeting that, we've shortened, again, that 30-day time to 14 days. And if you have any questions, we have Carly Saraceni here, and we also have our PLSB attorney, Jennifer Link, available. All right. The next one is the Succeed Scholarship Bill. And I take a little bit of pride in this one because I feel like we've seen this scholarship program really evolve over the years since its first inception in 2015. And in looking at how we can reduce the burden on parents as well as public school districts, we looked at the eligibility criteria. And previously it said that they had to have an IEP, an individualized education program, or an individualized service plan, an ISP. And we got lots of questions, about the documentation. And so we changed the wording to say that eligibility is based on identification under IDEA. And I won't go into a very lengthy explanation except to say that that's kind of the necessary step to get an IEP or ISP. But without having to take that extra step, that was just more work on parents and school districts. And so now, as long as they are identified as having a disability under IDEA, they would qualify. There's already required documentation for that school districts are used to. So it's not changing anything, but it's actually making a big impact. And also just kind of clarifying some of the procedures for the scholarship and allowing for a lottery in the case of applications exceeding scholarships. And I can tell you that that's happened for the last 2 years for sure. And so trying to just ensure that a fair process is afforded to all students and that they're all given equal opportunity to access that scholarship program.
May I ask a question on that?
Of course.
I know that we have to approve a transfer of school, but I find that odd because we don't approve their initial onset into a school. Can that be changed?
Yes, and I should have addressed that. That is actually in there.
Okay, so we won't have to do that?
No, you will not have to do that anymore.
If legislation approves.
Right,
Okay.
because the way the law was written, it said that you had to approve a transfer, but as you said, you weren't involved in the initial approval, and it really didn't provide any criteria or basis upon which you would deny a transfer. And so to try to, again, ease that burden on parents is something they will submit to us, a request. If we see anything that causes us concern, we can question it, but usually it's just them notifying us so that we can ensure the scholarship payments are going to the right place. Mm-hmm. Any questions?
Okay, yes. All right. The school choice bill. This bill is providing some clarification on where and how applications can be received by districts. It will also add a window statewide that will allow parents and schools to know when to begin accepting applications and the method to send them. The window that we are setting is January 1 to May 1st of each year. Before, each district set that timeline themselves. You may have some that begin accepting them in October or at the beginning of the school year or even in the summer, and then it would go until May 1st. So this is just clarifying and narrowing that window down so that it is uniform across the state to ease confusion among parents and districts. It also clarifies when a parent may appeal a denial of an application. And I'm not sure what that denial window is.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I left my mask on.
No, that's okay. And just to explain that, so we had several appeals requested if the parent missed the deadline, and that's just not something that the law provided for, so we wanted to make that clear, that if it was because the parent filed late, that's not something that you all, as the state board, had the authority to overturn. So.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any questions on school choice?
I know that the application is universal for all school districts, is that correct? And is that created in statute or by you all? Okay, can we remove race from that? Since that is not that has come up a few times and that is not included.
Ms. Hyatt, are you on the Zoom?
I mean, that can be another discussion if that's
Yeah.
not in statute.
Did you hear
then-
Ms. Moore's question about identifying race on the school choice application?
Yeah, I did. I know that in some districts they have to have it because they're under the DSEG, so the race is important in identifying whether the child is allowed to transfer or not. I'll have to double check to see if it's required in the law, but I do think it is. But Dr. Moore, I'll double check and let you know.
Okay, thank you. I think special needs as well was another one.
I do believe we did remove
Is that-
that, correct, Mary?
Yeah. We took special needs off this past year. So when we re-released the application in before the 2020 application cycle, we did remove special needs off. The reason that it had previously been on the application was because districts wanted to have that information to determine capacity. So when we removed it, we did tell districts that it's up to them to decide whether they believe it's appropriate to reach out to find out that information for determining capacity, but it's not something that we were going to require on the application.
Okay, thank you.
Courtney, on that, where are they going to send the application? Is it going to be the receiving district or the transfer district? Which district? Because it said that you were going to clarify where they would send it.
Is it, Lori, is it both?
They do send it to both,
Right.
and that was changed in 2019 session. Because before what was happening is that they were only sending it to one, the non-resident district, and some of those superintendents would hold the applications and send them all over at the end of the application period. And because it's first come, first serve, that was messing up some people that had applied early, but whose application didn't make it to their resident district until later. So in 2019, the law was changed to where they've got to send the application to both districts. The only problem with that then we saw was that some districts have different school choice periods, some opening in October, some December, some January. So that's the reasoning for putting the application period in the law.
So which district then would be the one that they go by for the timeline then?
So they'll both get a copy of the application and they will both do a time and date stamp. That's in the law and in the rule. And then they will use that for purposes of determining the 3% out of the resident district. So the resident district will look first come, first serve until they reach their 3%. And the non-resident district will do first come, first serve at their capacity and then figure out who's allowed to transfer.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And each year, we, as we see the things that come before you all and you have to make decisions on because it's not addressed, those are the tweaks we're trying to do. Because, you know, we've had some districts that if you're a traditionally receiving district, you may just leave the window open all the time. And if you're traditionally a district that loses kids, you're not going to have the window open until a certain period of time, and then you've got to, and then what we had was districts saying, well, I said I could take you, but the other district came back and said that you're over the 3% cap. Trying to bring some consistency to this to keep so many appeals, unnecessary appeals from coming here to the state board in July and August, especially the August ones, because those are always difficult for y'all and us.
And that one has not yet been filed. Okay, charter schools and 1240 waivers. So this description is not correct as of yesterday evening. So I'm going to let Mary Claire, if you can, give them an overview of what this bill will do.
Sure. So we've been working with kind of some of our stakeholder groups, and we've been making some changes. So apologize for the late notice, Erin, on that. But most of the bill really is aimed at kind of improving clarity and transparency around charters and Act 1240 waivers. So requiring the posting of the charter contract and a copy of any waivers that are granted to schools by the districts, having policies on enrollment and that kind of stuff. It also, one of the big things that it does is it clarifies all of the procedures around when a charter is transferred or assigned to another charter organization. We saw our first transfer and assignment this past year with Southeast Arkansas Prep and Friendship. And we realized then that the legislation that had been passed in 2019 had a lot of areas where it was kind of vague or gray areas. So we're just kind of cleaning that up so we know exactly what we're supposed to do. And then lastly, giving a little bit more flexibility on the timeline for 1240 waivers so that when we have to work with districts to get their 1240 waiver kind of completed, that's not running against the 90-day timeline where we're trying to rush things through. That's about it.
Are there any questions on that one? Thank you, Mary Claire. All right, our next bill, which has been filed, is the Academic Facilities and Transportation Bill. This bill is adding language prohibiting a person from driving a school bus who, within the past 3 years, has been convicted of operating a vehicle while under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs. This is language that was previously removed but needs to be added back in. This bill will also eliminate unneeded paperwork and the submission of master plans, therefore creating efficiencies, freeing up resources, and providing cost savings to the division. It's clarifying the partnership program funding for when districts are evaluating unscheduled maintenance. And Lori is here if any additional questions or clarification is needed.
Lori or Aaron, do we do any sort of, and this is I don't know, do we do any sort of background check on their driving history prior to letting someone drive a bus?
On what? Bus drivers?
The bus drivers, do we do any sort of background check on their driving history?
Well, they have to have a CDL.
They do, okay.
Yeah, so that's a pretty high bar that they have to keep. And so any driving record issues are caught by the state police and the CDL folks before they would be caught by us. And they also have background checks as school staff. Yeah.
Do we do any follow-up after they get their CDL, or is there any requirements?
They do have training.
Because I don't know.
No, there's bus driver training.
There is, okay.
Yes, ongoing. The certification process is, now I've forgotten, I think, is it 3? Yeah, go ahead and help me. Help us out with Lori. I can't remember what the timing is on their certification process.
There has to be an annual recertification.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I just didn't know, and so
No,
since
that's
that's not
okay.
in there, I'm like, well, what else are we not doing?
No, it's, and just to clarify too, this language that is added back in on the driving under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, there was some confusion last time because we thought it was addressed in another part of the statute, and as this was implemented, we found out, no, that was not where we thought it was, so it needed to be added back in, just for clarity's sake. I mean, obviously, if you have certain violations or convictions, you can't hold a CDL, but we needed to put this language back in here just to make it clear.
Can I ask a question? Not on that, Secretary, but I know several districts that I hear have a real tough time finding bus drivers. Is that a problem that you hear across the state?
Yes.
And is there, and I'm not asking this leading up to any lowering of any bar by any thought. I'm wondering if are there certain incentives or something that is going to make attracting bus drivers which we need across the state, somehow more prevalent, easier to get. It needs to be addressed. It's a real problem.
Yeah, no, it's a statewide issue, and the average age of our bus drivers in most of our districts, you know, they're retirees in many cases. It's not like back, you know, I remember riding the bus where one of the McKenzie boys that lived down the street or down the road, down Red Springs Road, I think he was a freshman or maybe a sophomore at Ouachita Baptist, and he was driving the bus for us. He wasn't 21. You know, there were a lot of things that happened in the last 40 years.
I drove a bus when I was a senior.
You know, exactly. I mean, those were things that, and that was just 30 years ago, right? So, yeah. It is a problem, and we do hear it from superintendents a lot. I'll tell you what really seemed to hurt, and we haven't found a way to get that back, is when in 2013, when there was kind of an insurance crisis, health insurance rates were going through the roof, and changes were made that made part-time school staff ineligible for insurance. That was a huge benefit that attracted bus drivers. Since then, districts have tried to find other things that they could do with their bus drivers to get them up to that full-time status so they could continue to qualify. But, you know, if you're a small school district, that's going to be very difficult. If you're maybe a Bentonville or a Rogers, it's not as difficult because there's a lot of things a lot more options for you. We don't have any solutions right now, but it's something that we're continuing to work with districts to identify.
Yeah, I just know that the districts need help, and I don't know how the state can help them, but it's a critical problem.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right, education renewal zones, or what we call ERZs. This bill will align the ERZ practices with the mission and vision of the division. It's going to clarify the purpose of the ERZs, provide structure that avoids inefficient and costly overlap in supports and services to schools and the districts. A really big component of this bill will be that school districts will no longer need to apply for services offered by ERZs. These services will now be offered statewide. And Ivy, do you have anything there? Dr. Favreau?
I'll add to that. Education renewal zones are a kind of a relic of the No Child Left Behind era. The way I would say the language in the statute, the ERZs themselves are not relics, but the language in the statute currently is a relic of the old school improvement philosophy and post-Lakeview, and a lot of the things that were part of No Child Left Behind were addressed there. And what we have seen is that ERZs have become very good partners in moving us away from the old compliance mentality of No Child Left Behind to the plan, do, check, and the continuous improvement. And so we were simply wanting to update this language, again, as it says, to align with our mission and vision, and make it easier for districts to access the services that educational renewal zones can provide. ERZs have been at the forefront of helping us with the Engage Arkansas work, of identifying the MIA students and assisting with that process. So we value the work that they do, and they've been really strong partners along with the co-ops and all the other groups that are out there supporting our schools.
That was really my question. Does an ERZ bear any resemblance to a co-op, or how do they, I was just curious if there's any legislation here that brought any more specificity to what a co-op could be doing in this contemporary moment?
Yeah. Not specifically, because the enabling legislation for co-ops is very general as far as the supports that they provide for their member districts. In ERZs, the difference here, and I think a key difference, is the connection with higher ed. And so as you think about state government transformation, this is one of those places where there's a touch point between K-12 and higher ed that we really haven't taken advantage of to the extent that I think is available to us. And this, we've been working with them to get better at that and have stronger partnerships, and this legislation just really helps us put into statute, into policy, what we have been doing in practice probably for the last 3 or 4 years.
I'm going to let Courtney come and speak on academic standards and assessment.
So this is a small bill with a big impact. It is pretty short in length, but a few of the things it does is just clarifies that the state board's role in terms of academic standards is approval. The division works with stakeholder groups and outside entities to develop them, and then we bring them to you for approval. Gives us the authority necessary to enforce our standards of accreditation if a district is not aligning their academic content with the necessary academic standards. And then the biggest impact is that it changes the date by which assessments have to be returned from July 1 to August 1. And the reason for that is to allow districts a greater window of time in the spring that they can give assessments. In the past, those have always been very short and specific windows of time, and so by allowing them additional time and flexibility, then we just needed that extra 30 days to be able to get the results back to them so that they can review those and make decisions for that next school year. So, any questions about that one? Okay. I'll go ahead and talk then about the background checks. So a couple of things on this one. It provides that a criminal conviction over 10 years old that is nonviolent and non-sexual does not prevent a classified person from being employed or a certified employee from receiving a license. And that really is to align with legislation that was put in place last session, that if one of those offenses had occurred more than 10 years ago and someone had lost their license, that they could ask for it to be reinstated. And so it's saying that they don't have to lose it on the front end if it's more than 10 years old, and again, only if it's nonviolent and non-sexual. Okay.
Does the same requirement about them being on the child maltreatment registry also stay in play, or?
I believe so, Carly.
If they were on it like 10 years ago?
Or Jennifer?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, this is Jennifer. We're not making any changes to the requirements for DHS. So if they're on the child maltreatment, that's still there. It still stays the same. This is only pertaining to their criminal convictions.
Okay.
I don't have a question on that. I was slow to process the previous one.
Sure, no, that's fine. We can go back.
Can you go over the rationale again for moving that date back for returning assessments, the scores? Just thinking of from the school perspective, or like if I'm trying to align professional development as we come back to class and all of that based on the data that we're getting, and I want to make sure that we're developing staff or whatever those initiatives can. So just
yeah,
curious.
Stacy Smith. So one thing, we always had to give the ACT Aspire assessment or summative assessments starting in sometimes early April or mid-April. And so it's really this idea of being able to test as late in the school year as possible. Because our legislation said that we had to get all reports back by July 1, that always comes into play when we are creating our contracts with our vendors. ACT, for example, could not get us our data back in a timely fashion. So our testing windows are always set based on that July 1 date. So pushing it back to August 1 allows us to test later in May towards the end of the window. So that was really kind of a driving factor there.
And that makes sense, and I like that because after testing, it's hard to really keep school going. Like that's always been a problem. So That makes sense.
And, you know, back in the day, all of our reports were coming to us in paper files. Remember, we get those boxes, we're digging into them and passing out those paper reports. Who does?
Sorry.
Joel doesn't remember that. You remember that. That's right. Nothing like getting a box with test scores, right? And let me tell you, the teachers drive, I mean, as soon as the box is delivered, like they're coming out of the woodworks to get their scores. Now those files are dumped into a database, and so it's much easier for schools to be able to disaggregate, look at their test scores, get that information. So we're just updating with the times.
That too, and Stacy, I think it's important that we talk about the alignment of our comprehensive assessment system. It's not just that one assessment, the summative assessment. I mean, schools are getting data
all year
long, and so what we hope is that they are becoming, that get to where they rely on what that data is telling them to develop the PD plans and all those things for the summer. And that this becomes an affirmation of what they're doing rather than, oh, we got to get our tests to see what we need to do to get ready for next year. And Stacy and her and the assessment team is doing a really good job of helping maybe change the mindset of how we look at assessment around the state.
Yeah. Thanks for your question.
Unless there's any other, is there any other questions on the background check one? No, good, okay. I'll let you go.
And Dr. Pfeffer, I may call on you on this next one after some conversations I've seen going on. Our next bill, I'm going to take my mask off, is the Computer Science Courses and Staff Bill. This is actually being run as part of the governor's package. It will require every student in Arkansas to have 1 credit in computer science before graduation. This legislation is not intended to add additional graduation credits, though. There will be flexibility depending on the student's selection of courses. They will need this credit beginning with the 9th grade class in 2022-23. That class will need it by graduation. It will also require a certified computer science educator to be employed in every high school in Arkansas beginning with the 2023-2024 school year. And I know there's a lot more additional information on this bill that everyone will want to add.
Well, I'll jump in, and definitely Ivy can come up and add to it. This is a very reasonable timeline, but it's a very bold initiative. You know, we would be the first state in the nation that would have a requirement for every graduating senior to have a credit in computer science. Why is that important? All we have to do is look at what's on our phone, not just the device itself, but all of the things that go into that device, the information that comes through the various channels, the way we stream, the way we live our lives these days is tied to technology, and our students are going to need a foundational knowledge of that. And some, it will even create opportunities for employment, not necessarily in the tech field. I mean, my son is in HR for a mortgage company, but guess what? That mortgage company has no bricks and mortar. That mortgage company is all online. All their business is online. So we can see where this is headed, and our students need that knowledge and that experience. 9th grade class, 22, 23, that means they'll be seniors in 26. It's a very long window that we, and the governor asked us, what makes sense? And that's what we did, because we understand how, you know, these phase-in processes or the development of the resources, things that need to happen at the school level to prepare for this requirement. You know, what needs to take place for that to happen. And then the requirement for a certified computer science educator. Again, that's another very bold step. But I'll tell you, the support system and the certification supports that are there that Mr. Owen has developed or helped develop through his work, higher ed, with our licensure folks, with our CTE folks, there are a number of pathways to get there. So this should not be anything scary, or really should be something that I would hope most people would embrace. And it does put Arkansas on the map. Those that are concerned about, well, what is it going to do to the graduation rate? What is it going to do to, there are always these scary thoughts that are reasonable. They're not unreasonable to think that. Graduation credits. Most of our seniors that graduate are graduating with more than 22 credits already. So as part of our overall process of having a better system for preparing students, you all have helped us in the past with the student success planning process, so that those are conversations that need to happen in that student success planning so that they can understand, one, what are the things that qualify as a computer science credit. There are dozens of options for that. Two, what is the timing for when I need to get it? Again, many options for that. And three, it does not mean you have to replace those 3 years of science and 4 years of math. It's not an either or. It's really structured so that it can be really an additive, not subtracting anything from what we consider our traditional, this is what you need to succeed. This is adding, you need this to succeed, but we have pathways for you to get it.
Is this adding a head count, or is it available for teachers that want to step up?
Thank you for answering that or asking that question. That is a very good question. It is a requirement, and so that's why we had the 23-24 school year for the requirement, because it needs to go through the adequacy process. There will need to be some action taken to adjust the foundation funding to make sure that schools get the funding they need to do this, and that will happen. Really, they start at the end of the legislative session, and they start that adequacy review process to make the recommendations for the 23 legislative session. So, you would imagine in the prototypical school, 500, we base our foundation funding on, likely they will need to have one head count, one FTE being added there. But those are things that need to happen through that adequacy process. And if you are a teacher and you're interested, yeah, there are pathways to be able to teach these and become certified in a number of ways.
So it'll just depend on the school and the district on whether they want. We're shaking our head in the back, so okay.
Will there be avenues for districts to employ teachers virtually in this sense?
I don't know anything different than what they already have, if I'm understanding your question. I mean, that's one of the concerns that we've heard is, well, what if we don't have a certified teacher that wants to come to this area? There will be avenues, as we do now with physics, and I think Virtual Arkansas is one of those options. There may be others that may be available.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know with so many pathways I would imagine a lot of these teachers are going to be already teachers who then go get the certification for this. But alongside with this push, is there any extra support with our ed prep programs to really develop computer science teachers as well?
Yes. I don't have, Carly is here and shaking her head, so we can get you whatever details you need on that. But and that's, again, this isn't just, it's computer science, but it really is changing, and it has the involvement of all aspects of education. Anthony is doing a great job, but if he didn't have the support of the teams represented over there, we would not have gotten as far as we have gotten on this. And without their continued support and involvement, we won't get as far as we need to get. So this is definitely an all-hands-on-deck effort.
And just something to add to that, you know, and Anthony had passed these out yesterday, but I think sometimes people are still thinking of computer science as it was when we began, and there was a distinct computer science credit that had to be taught. And the Computer Science Initiative is really now a computer science and computing initiative. And when you look at these 9 different pathways that are involved in it, there's more than 60 course options that after, you know, you all have been approving a lot of the updates to the standards for computer science. So literally a student will be able to really think through, and I anticipate a lot of students are going to meet the computer science requirement in multiple ways, because they can do it through a math or science, replacing a math or science credit. They can do it as part of a CTE pathway in earning a completer status and possibly an industry credential for CTE. They can do it as just a strictly elective course that they take. So there likely will be students who meet this in completely different ways. And the other benefit is next year will really be that planning year and really doubling down on the student success plan work, so that parents and students really understand the many different options they have. There's also options for concurrent credit courses and just a multitude of things. And I think this is probably something we'll be updating the board on quite a bit throughout the next year as the planning goes through, and as districts are getting a better handle on the number of teachers they need based on what their students are doing. I think a lot of this is when Dr. Hill was talking about summer school, what's the best way to get kids to summer school? Get their favorite teachers teaching it. You know, what's the best way to get kids involved in the type of future-ready courses that they need to take for, you know, what they're going to be doing in their lives? Get the right teacher teaching the course. So I think that's the best chance for student success in all those areas.
In terms, I'm sorry. On the certification, because we're looking at 9 different pathways and 27 courses, having a computer science certified teacher, is it going to be one certification that's going to take care of all of these broad areas, or are there going to be different, within computer science certification, are there going to be different certifications?
There's the option, of course there is the certification, and Anthony could tell you what the license number is for that. So there is that endorsement if you have a standard license, or a full certification if that is your first time license area. But there are also technical permits that count as what you would need to be certified for that. So the technical permits would look different depending on that occupational area and the types of courses that you're teaching. So in some cases, it may be that a school district has multiple people who are certified to teach in areas of computer science that might meet different ways that that student would earn the credit.
Just thinking, as a teacher that would be already teaching, that would want to go back, and so the district would be able to fulfill this requirement. So, and to find professional development or support from a university, would that teacher get a certification that would cover all of this, or would they get an endorsement that would allow them maybe to do just the robotics?
So I would need to sit down with Anthony and look to see which courses apply to which certification. I think that a teacher that has a computer science endorsement is able to teach those courses that maybe aren't there's probably differences when you get into the CTE areas on some of those specific courses, but I think that's something we'll have to look at for sure, whether or not a teacher with an endorsement to a standard license, are there any limitations? I think with that endorsement, you've got a broad range of what you can teach. Where it may get into, it may be when they're more occupational specific certifications, that may be where you would need to look at different kinds of different kinds of people that might have to come in and teach in some specialized areas.
I know with 27 courses, that's a pretty broad range of, I can remember in mathematics that we specifically had a transition to college algebra, or I can't even remember what the course was called, but you had to have an endorsement specifically for that one course, and I don't know if this was going to be
Yes,
the same
and a
way.
lot of that's going to come through the professional development that our CS team offers. So I think even right now, there are certain courses that get offered where teachers go and get specific professional development and training around how to use the curriculum that's developed. They've done a lot of work in not just standards, creating standards, but we've had partners with Virtual Arkansas, even the cybersecurity courses that have been developed where there's curriculum that's been built out. And so that's a great benefit for the teacher, but the teacher still has to have a lot of really good professional development as far as how do I take this, how do I sequence it out, how do I provide the engagement in how I deliver the content to students. So I think the answer to your question will probably be a lot of it's going to be very intense PD depending on the kind of the track that students are going.
I just have one last, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, Ivy. These are, I totally agree with the certified computer educator in every high school. That makes so much sense. These are highly sought skills. I mean, I forget the last on a national level, the number of openings for tech-related kind of positions, which is why we're doing this. But keeping those educators, I think, will be a challenge. And I think growing your own certainly is a great approach. But my earlier reference to co-op, I was really thinking about this. Are there creative ways to share the expertise, particularly for districts that are already challenged? And maybe it's virtual is the answer, but just wanted to say I think it's so important, but this is a kind of a unique area.
Yeah, we see that now. I mean, we have secondary career centers, where you have multiple schools going to a location for very specialized educational opportunities. So those are models that could be utilized to meet this requirement as well. That some of those are questions the superintendents have asked is, well, my school's not big enough to hire a certified computer science teacher. Could we go in with 2 or 3 of our neighbors? And we will provide as much flexibility as is needed to make sure that students get access to quality. That's the important thing. It's not, it can't become a check the box. It has to have quality to it, and that's something I know the governor's has been very insistent on.
Point in particular is so critical to bring more women and diverse candidates into the. I mean, it can be an intimidating area. It's kind of like math and other things that we don't have representation across the population that we want to have, and that educator is going to make a huge difference in creating an environment where we actually enjoy that and are successful.
And I do have a response from Mr. Owen. So he had to be out today, but he's obviously listening in, so he has provided the response. So the only high school courses that require specific certifications beyond are the AP and IB courses, so going back and getting those additional certifications. So I think, it's going to really be important as students are outlining their plans over the next 4 years and schools are building in programs to be looking at what the needs are for the staff, looking at what kind of collaboration can take place, and looking at even within the areas, what are the types of job opportunities that are available for students and the kind of job opportunities most likely that students are going to seek, and look at what are those additional certifications, to your point from yesterday, what are those things that students can earn even in high school or have that stepping stone to where once they leave high school they'll be able to earn credentials in a much shorter time frame. So.
All right, any additional questions? Okay. Moving on to college and career coaches. This bill has been filed, and this will clarify the partnership requirements for an applicant to be considered eligible for funding. Potential applicants may not submit an application without collaboration between a school district or districts and an institution of higher education, an education service cooperative, or a nonprofit organization. the big part of this bill is it will expand the coach's current duties to assist students with completing their student success plans by 8th grade. And y'all may have something to expand
Well,
upon
here,
that.
so let me provide a little context too to that. We have looked at data from the career coaching program. It is one of the most successful programs that we have seen with respect to increasing college going rate, GPA, ACT scores for students that participate in with career coaches. It's been limited in the past. The funding has been limited, and the scope has been limited to really focus on economically disadvantaged areas. Well, every county in the state has an economically disadvantaged area, community. So what we are wanting to do, this is one that I'm excited, maybe more excited about the long-term potential of this than many of the other things that we're working on. We want this expanded to all 75 counties. Again, as I said with the RZs, this is one of those areas where there is a direct connection between higher education and students in the K-12 system. Incorporating this work into the student success planning is critical. So looking at how we get more money, how do we get more people, how do we get more kids involved in this? This is one that, again, 5 to 10 years from now, we're going to have different conversations if we are successful in making this happen. And I just wanted to let y'all know this, to me, this is another success story for transformation. So many times we've seen things that really exist in pockets, and education historically has seen that. Really working to bring all of these pockets and empty out our pockets so that all the good stuff that we're seeing in certain areas can be shared with a broader audience. This is one of those things that I believe is going to be a game changer.
Okay. Moving on to enhanced student achievement funding. This bill has been a labor of love for Dr. Pfeffer, and she has worked tirelessly and with her and her team to develop this bill. And the ESA list of allowable uses is expiring on June 30th of 2022. So we've had to look for ways to revise and find a way for the funding to be used for optimal student outcomes. And Dr. Pfeffer's going to come and talk to this because this is her baby.
I'm not sure I even know what to say when you described it as a labor of love. It was just, so, this is something that's been part of a conversation for a long time. And, I really think the stage was set when the legislation was changed in 2019 because the name of that categorical funding source had been the National School Lunch. And, anytime anybody thought about changes or, it was always thinking about taking lunch money away, and that's bad, it's always bad. So when you really get to looking at this funding source and the history of these funds, we realize that over the last several years, there have been a lot of different ways that these funds are being used. They've been used to try to close achievement gaps. They've been used to attempt to help struggling learners and intervene. And I can even remember when I was a principal one time being told that if we were going to use these funds to pay for after-school tutoring, only those who qualified for free or reduced lunches could attend. And it was just really, so things like that have been the history of these categorical funds. So with the name change to Enhanced Student Achievement, I think that better captures why we have additional sources of funds outside of the foundation funding. But over time, things crept, and anything that maybe was needed to be done oftentimes wound up on a list of, use your NSL funds to pay for it, use your NSL funds. And that list became so long after a time, it's really like, well, what can't you pay for with it? So, there was never any way to really capture the success. And, we know right now that the majority of our public school students are considered poverty students because over 60% of our students qualify for free reduced lunches. So there is a great need for districts to have funds that can really help them address needs of kids. And so what we've done is we've taken a step back and really looked at what are those things that these funds could be used to really support and enhance outcomes for students. And so what the legislation really does is we've taken everything that's in the list, because really there weren't bad things on the list. But just because it was a list, it was always more of a can I, not should I, or what do we need to do based on our data. So, but when you start looking at it in terms of, okay, do we need to provide academic supports and interventions for kids that are outside of what we typically do? Are there additional academic supports that we could provide? Are there social, emotional, and behavioral supports that our students need? Are there physical or mental health services that we need to implement within our school? When you start asking the questions that way, and you start looking at why are we doing what we're doing, you can find things that are on that list that we're doing, but we're putting it over here in different terms, so we're thinking about it differently. So the legislation is going to require districts to develop a plan for how they're going to spend those funds based on the needs in their district, based on the data that they have. It's going to have them think differently as they're budgeting for what they're doing, and it's going to have them come back every year, and as they update their budgets, they're going to be looking to see, is our plan working? And over the long term, we should be able to see more success for our students. So if you think about some of the things that are typically used right now, a lot of times schools hire additional nurses in order to serve kids, and they use their ESA funds for that. So if you look on this list, let's see if we can find where additional school nurses might fall on the list. Okay, maybe providing those health services that students need. A lot of times districts are hiring additional instructional facilitators for kids. So where do those fall on the list? Maybe in the academic supports and interventions. Sometimes districts need to have additional staff in order to be able to have smaller, more intense class sizes, maybe for those younger grades. So if we're going to hire additional staff that is outside of what we would typically do, we can look at doing that with ESA funds. Expanding opportunities for more college and career readiness courses, more CTE pathways, or helping to provide students additional attempts on a college entrance exam. So all of those things can be looked at and considered. But we want districts to be very thoughtful in budgeting on the front end with this, planning it out, and having a purpose for what they're doing so they can come back and they can really be accountable for whether or not what they're doing is effective, not is it just allowed. So that's kind of the overall summary of that. Secretary Key may want to add.
Just, we live in a year-to-year system in education, and it's not the fault of educators and administrators. It's these systems that we have put in place, and we being the legislature, the federal government, whomever, but really putting them in a box where it limits their creativity and how they can really look at their district needs and look at it over time. ESA, NSL, that was one of those things, because it was, okay, what do I need to do this year for this year's budget? How do I make sure that, whether it's planning for meeting standards for accreditation or whatever it might be, it's year to year. We really need to get out of that mentality and create a system that empowers educators and empowers administrators to think more than just a year down the road. You know, they can look to see, okay, obviously the year-to-year goals are important. I'm not diminishing that at all. That needs to be part of any type of planning cycle. But to know that, all right, I've got these certain deadlines every year that I have to meet, or I'm going to get in trouble from the department. You know, that's what we live under right now. That's what districts live under. This gives them some liberty to think a little more freely, think a little more creatively, and take a little more time to say, we're going to have a plan, and these are our goals over the next 3 years of what we want to do with these funds. And if it means, and what we fully expect, plans are going to change. They should. That's part of the plan, do, check process. So I'm really, Dr. Pfeffer really has worked. I don't know if she would consider it labor of love, but she's worked very hard on it and has some great ideas in this, and has worked with superintendents to get feedback. Again, I think this could get us moving in a direction that really helps schools identify solutions to the unique challenges they have, rather than just looking at the old list and saying, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, and creating what was a piecemeal approach, now really create an overall strategic approach to how they use these funds, and not be concerned with a deadline hanging over their head of, oh, I've got to get this in by, you know, August 1 or October 1, or I'm going to get on some list.
And something else I want to connect to, that first bullet on the enhancement of staffing, that exceeds the minimum requirement. So, and there's more specificity in the actual legislation, but part of that can be recruitment efforts or retention efforts. And so then that goes back to the earlier legislation that we want to update with the teacher recruitment and retention plan, because if we can connect those pieces there, and districts really are thinking through and creating those robust plans around staffing, and then looking at this as an additional funding source to either enhance salaries of people or look at those teacher leadership opportunities where staff can be compensated for things. And there are positions that sometimes in districts where you need someone with a very specialized set of skills. And we already have examples right now of districts that are using some funds to really think about positions like special education. Those are difficult to staff positions sometimes, and sometimes they require educators who go back and add to their skill set to meet the needs for students who have very individualized special needs. So we want districts to really think about all of that and think about how so there's going to be for the department, as those plans come in, and looking at those, we're going to be learning a lot about what districts are doing with that. But I think as our finance codes are updated and over the next few years, we'll get a better sense of what districts are doing and how do these funds really make a difference statewide.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pfeffer. Okay, this next one is the teacher salary equalization bill.
Why don't you skip that one,
Okay,
and we'll
that's
come
what I
back to
thought.
that at the end.
Okay. All right, the next one is the A to F pause bill, and it has been filed. Due to the disruption of K through 12 education caused by the pandemic, this bill will pause the issuance of the A to F school letter grades for this upcoming school year, the 2020-21, or this current school year, 2020-2021 school year. It's been asked for, and here it is.
Well, and that's pretty self-explanatory, and the reasons are pretty evident. We couldn't do it last year because we didn't test. This year, we need to assess. We have a good case, I believe, for why we need to assess, but we don't have a good case for saying that those assessment results are going to be used for state accountability purposes in the assigning of letter grades. So, that will provide great relief for a number of districts, a number of parents, teachers, administrators. I know there was some that would say, why don't you just get rid of the whole thing? Well, that's a different conversation. This is the conversation that we feel very confident having right now.
What about those reward funds that are tied to that? Will that just be paused for the year too?
Now, we plan on maintaining the rewards school process. So if you look at the legislation, we just narrowly defined it for that section of the code that was the assigning of the A to F letter grades.
So you're looking at no letter grades on this set of assessments that are coming up in the spring?
That's correct.
Okay.
The school safety bill, it is not yet filed and it's still in progress, so Courtney's going to come and speak to that one.
Yes, last but certainly not least in importance is our school safety bill. And I think what's important to note is that these are recommendations of the Safe Schools Committee that is made up of the division, the Criminal Justice Institute, and representatives of school districts. And as they were looking at the prior work of the Governor's Safe Schools Commission and the recommendations that they had in 2019, they came up with some draft legislation that we're still working on, but that would require school districts to conduct comprehensive school safety audits every 3 years. So not only looking at the physical aspect of their school facilities in terms of safety, but also students and mental health and the different types of programs that might need to be available for schools to ensure that they're safe. And in continuing on with that mental health line, adding mental health training to the teen suicide awareness and prevention professional development that is required of teachers every 4 years. And so not creating a new professional development hour, but just adding that topic in there. And I think that's kind of self-explanatory as well, in that it's hard to talk about teen suicide without talking about mental health. And not in the bill itself, but through other legislation that has already been filed, also tying that to bullying. And so I know the Learning Services Division and that staff is working with Arkansas Ideas on really comprehensive professional development, so we can, we are trying to shift the school safety or safe schools terminology to not just thinking about physical, but thinking about the mental health, the social emotional health, and really the whole child aspect of making sure that they feel safe in school, because if you don't feel safe, if you're not safe, it's difficult to learn. So we'll update you on that legislation as it's finalized and comes out, but do you have any questions? I'm happy to answer. If not, then I'll let Secretary Key jump into the teacher salary.
Okay, thank you, Courtney. Ms. McFetridge, before I start, I emailed these documents to you. Have you gotten these? Just a little while ago, I sent them to your email, so you would have them.
Okay, I'll check there. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I distributed two things. One is this presentation is from the Bureau of Legislative Research. I'm not going to go through that. We've had a lot of presentations and still more to come. So this is for your reference only. But what this gives is a number of data points and analysis of teacher salaries in Arkansas, how they compare to surrounding states, SREB states, gaps between average teacher salaries and starting salaries across the state. So I give this to you. This was presented last June to the adequacy or the education committees through the adequacy study process. And this gives a very, in my opinion, a very strong case, makes a strong case for what the governor wants to do with teacher salaries. The governor, since he's been in office, has been very dedicated to increasing teacher salaries in Arkansas every year since the first session, 2015. There has been an increase in the minimum teacher salary. Last year, with a significant increase in the minimum teacher salary. This is the next step. So I'll go through this proposal and describe what it is. The bill has not yet been filed. I don't think. No, has not yet been filed. But this will give you the high points. So going back to Lakeview, think about the Lakeview ruling. They issued 10 historical deficiencies that they found in Arkansas education funding. 2 of those had to do with teacher salaries. One, not comparable to surrounding states, and the second is the disparity in salaries within the state. So where are we now? For fiscal year 20, according to the NEA data that the Bureau of Legislative Research uses, the NEA data, the average teacher salary in Arkansas for FY20 was $49,822, an increase of $384 from the previous year. That's not a very big increase. It's pretty tiny, as a matter of fact. How do we compare to other states? We are, back in 2003, 2004, we'd started making some progress because of the action that was taken by the governor, by the General Assembly then. We have seen other states kind of jumping ahead of us. We're now in the lowest quartile for our average salary of the SREB states. We're not keeping pace with surrounding states, and the disparities within the state are also substantial. $21,000 plus discrepancy between the lowest average salary in the state, which I believe in FY19 was Lead Hill, and the highest average salary, which at that time was Fayetteville. There have been efforts in the past to try to reduce this gap by limiting how much wealthier districts could pay teachers. Specifically, there have been proposals discussed in past sessions that, well, maybe we need to put a cap on what a Bentonville or a Springdale or a Fayetteville can pay teachers. That's the wrong way to do this. I mean, that is absolutely the wrong way to do this. I believe what has been developed here and what the governor is proposing is a much better way to do it. And it goes to meet something that every year, year after year, when principals and superintendents are surveyed, they're asked, what's your biggest barrier to teacher recruitment or retention? And they say competitive salaries. So, governor has announced, as you heard at the State of the State address, that he wants to increase the average teacher salary by $2,000 over the next 2 years. I think this has been miscommunicated as he wants to increase all teacher salaries by $2,000. We're talking about the average teacher salary across the state. So targeting that $2,000 increase to the average is our goal. The proposal that is in draft now prioritizes teacher salaries as a matter of state policy. Right now, when you think of teacher salaries, it is part of the foundation funding. And although there's an amount in there for teacher salaries, districts have great flexibility in their decision making of how they allocate those dollars. That's necessary because districts are different. They have different needs, different student bodies and that they have to meet and have to support. So this does not force them to spend any differently out of their foundation funding. But it does create a new categorical fund, this Teacher Salary Equalization Fund, and this will behave very similarly to other categorical funds. What are those? We just talked about one with ESA. The ESA, those are categorical funds that are distributed based on different measures within the districts. Professional development distributed on a per pupil basis. That's the same for every district. So you see we have categorical funds that are distributed based on different types of criteria. And likewise, this will do the same thing. And it will distribute funding on a per ADM basis or per pupil basis to eligible schools. And we calculated this to be $185 per ADM for the FY22 year. How will we target and really take a bite out of getting that teacher salary, that average statewide teacher salary up? Every year, the department will look at the salary data from the previous year. All of this data is certified data that we get from school districts through AppScan. And we will look to see where their average falls. And if they have an average teacher salary in their district that is below the target, then they will be eligible for this categorical funding. One caveat, districts that are receiving the educator compensation reform funding, that's the $60 million from the last session that was to help bridge the gap between, for districts to raise their minimum teacher salary. They cannot receive both types of funding in the same year. Okay, obviously that's only a 2-year condition because there are 2 years left on that educator compensation reform program. Like other categorical funds, there are restrictions on how this money can be spent. In this case, it's very specific. It's teacher salaries and very simple. That's why we say we're prioritizing this in policy. Unlike many of the complaints that, and understandable, that we've heard about the educator compensation reform bill that was bridging the gap, $60 million. That was one-time money. It was designed to be one-time money with the promise, and the governor had said this many times, that we would come back in this session and look at meeting the needs for ongoing salaries. And that's what this goes to do. It is ongoing funding. If you get $200,000 next year as a school district, then you will get that $200,000 again the next year, plus whatever additional might be needed to help you meet or approach that average statewide salary, and to get those and to direct more funding to your teacher salary budget. Our estimated cost for FY22 is $25 million. That takes into account the districts that may not be eligible because they are receiving funding from the other pot of money. How would we fund it? You know, one of the things that the governor asked us to do is look to see how we could fund it within the recommendations, the increases that are going into education funding for next year. There's $15 million that was proposed as an enhanced salary line from AAEA. We looked at that, and it's a worthy goal. We think this is a better idea with longer-term impact to teacher salaries. And again, prioritizing teacher salaries as this does, and then redirecting an additional $10 million from within the $79 million increase that was recommended to education funding in the first year. So $79 million in the first year and 60-something, maybe 65, 66 million in the second year of the biennium. So in that first year, we're established as funding by reallocating $10 million out of the $79 million. We've looked at this and we continue to look at it. I mean, we've been having conversations with the various education groups, specifically AAEA, with legislators, so that there is an understanding of what this does and also an understanding of what it doesn't do. And it doesn't create cliffs for districts that would put them in a bind down the road where they would not be able to afford to continue doing this. And we feel very confident that this is the right approach to, again, you've heard different ideas through the years. We've heard the idea of limiting how much districts can spend on salaries. We've heard the idea of taking teacher salaries out of the matrix and making it very specific. I mean, there are a lot of things that could be done. We believe this is the plan that long-term provides us the best chance at staying competitive with other states and reducing that gap between the districts around the state.
It is, and of course it wouldn't go by without me asking a question. This is very important and excellent that y'all are working on this. But I always have the comparison of our two largest districts in my mind, and one district has historically prioritized teacher salary and the other hasn't, and they have vastly different salaries now. how are we incentivizing districts to make better decisions with the money they already have in this?
Well, in this doesn't address that, and I'll just be quite frank with you. And we have to look at it from a state perspective, and there's also the consideration of what is good policy, but good policy always doesn't always get the votes that it needs. So would it be good policy to incentivize better decision making? Yes, it would. Are we able to get the votes to pass laws on that? Not always. So I think it would be, that's why we picked this pathway. The difficulty that districts have is in maybe good decisions or maybe not as good decisions that may have been made 20 years ago. And I point to districts that have in the past prioritized the teacher salaries, and when you look now, something that they did 20 years ago, and you look now, they are the districts that teachers want to go to, especially in parts of the state where teacher shortages are a little more of an issue than others. But once those priorities have been set, it's very difficult to reprioritize. That's what we're trying to encourage districts to do. What we have been trying to encourage them to do is reprioritize. But ultimately, the state still has the responsibility to create policy that addresses some of these needs that were components of Lakeview. And you know, where you can't make people do what either they don't want to do or they don't feel like they can do without creating a lot of local, upsetting a lot of things at the local level. So this is an approach that, one, does not impact their ability to spend their foundation funding with the continued encouragement to prioritize teacher salaries. They're going to have to do that anyway. Some of the work with respect to the Educational Excellence Trust Fund, some of the changes there, that is going to nudge districts to make those types of prioritizations with salaries. But to just say that in a sweeping move we can make District A change their whole philosophy, we've looked at ways to do that various times in the past, and it's you have to balance what's practical with what's optimal, and sometimes the practical has to win out.
Certainly, and I know there are a lot of, especially smaller districts that really need this and want this to become more competitive in their salaries. What about, and I know some of those and others use bonuses instead of increasing salaries. Is that taken into consideration?
Taken into consideration when we calculate the average. Okay. There are certain things that are components of the average salary, and many of those one-time things are not included in that.
Okay. Thank you, and thank y'all for the work on this.
This is the best legislative update I recall, and I just wanted to thank you. Yeah, it was very helpful, and to have this opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
Well, we've done this a few years. Hopefully, we get better every year. So, thank you.
Just a quick question on the teacher salary, and I'm so glad as a state that we are recognizing the value of teachers. I think this pandemic has really brought that to home for a lot of people, how valuable teachers are, and hopefully we're going to compensate them along that lines. My question is about the $185 per ADM. Does that have to go to increasing their salary schedule?
Not necessarily. I mean, I don't think so, but it could be a balance between, I mean, there could be steps that they would use part of this for their steps within the salary schedule, or they could use it. And we know that right now there are districts that are reevaluating their salary schedules, either to simplify them or to enhance them in some way. That's something I don't know that we would address in the statute itself, but we would look at rules to follow this to see, okay, what are those things that need to be established as part of the rules and regs.
I guess my question is, I can see maybe on this front end, maybe a district, trying to reach and improve and using that 185 to have an increase, but then next year using that 185 to maintain what they've already got and never making any progress on raising teacher salaries.
That's a risk, but that's what we've seen now with increases to the foundation. I mean, part of what you'll see in this report is the difference in what, if you look at what districts use, the teacher salary component in the foundation, how much of that actually is used for teacher salaries 5-6 years ago versus how much of that is used now. So that is, I wish I knew of a way to make sure that didn't become a problem, but that's one of the important aspects of making sure this funding, once they get it, they continue to get it, so that it makes it easier for them to maintain what they've already done. Obviously, we always encourage that they need to keep pushing the envelope, keep getting better, keep doing more, and that's. I think that's something that always has to be part of the conversation.
Well, I'm just thinking ahead. I don't want us to ever give it an incentive for a district to not ever reach the 51,822. You see what I'm saying? Because once you reach that 51,000, then it cuts off, and so we are almost giving them an incentive not to get there.
Well, and I appreciate that. Yes. So this is Governor Hutchinson's goal,
Sure.
to move it to 51,822. That does not mean we would not change that. Looking down the road, if we are going to remain competitive, we have to continue to look at that. So 51,822, a few years from now, may become 55. Okay. And that's where the prioritization of the adequacy increases, the COLA increases to the foundation funding, and any increases, as we have seen through the years, categorical funds get increased as well. And so the increases to this new categorical fund would all be part of that. And this would become embedded in the adequacy process. It wouldn't just be the governor saying, this is my goal. It could be the legislature saying, they're going to have a report like this every 2 years. Mm-hmm. So in June of 22, they're going to look to see, okay, what have we done and how's that impacted us, and what do we need to do for next time? So it's going to be part of the ongoing analysis of where we need to be in the state. But that's an excellent question.
Secretary Key, it also states that ADE will review the salary data each year. So what does that mean? How far will you be looking at the funds? And if they're not spent as you would really request, what would you do if the funds weren't put into teacher salary?
And those are situations we run into now, Ms. McFetridge, with districts that maybe things are coded, how we look at how they've coded some of their expenditures, and if we see a red flag, then our team picks up the phone and talks to the appropriate person, either the business manager, the controller, CFO, whomever at the district level. And so that's something that's part of what we do now on other categories. And there are things that we have to look at on ESA funding. There are things we have to look at on a number of fund categories. This wouldn't be any different than that. We pick up the phone, have a conversation, and say, hey, look, this is what we're seeing. Is this what you meant? And a lot of times it's, well, no, something didn't, we didn't code that right, or we're having to make some journal entries to make sure we correct it. So that's part of our ongoing review and assistance that we provide to schools.
All right, thank you.
I was just going to wrap up by saying, if you all have any additional questions, or if you see other legislation filed that you have questions about, please feel free to reach out to me or Ms. Franks. And we have an amazing legal team here, and we'd be happy to assist you in any legislative questions.
Could you send us this link of this presentation?
Yes, it's attached to the agenda, but we'll get it sent to you and add reference to the bill numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alsford.
Refresh my agenda this morning before it would pop up. So if it should be there.
It's on there, yeah. I just want to say I appreciate the governor's leadership in making the necessary steps to show and put the work behind value that we have on our teachers. As we've said so many times before, the teachers in the classroom are the number one most important component to a child's education and student learning. So since we know that's the most important component, we have to make sure that we back that up with the funding that's necessary to keep that moving forward. So I appreciate the governor's leadership and the work that Desi and the secretary have done to move that forward. So what we'll do, if there's no further questions, do you have a question or anything? We'll take a 15-minute break, and then we can move on to the next part, which is the Teach Arkansas update. So we'll reconvene at noon. Yeah, let's reconvene at noon. All right, well, we're going to get started again, and we have Miss Angela Kremers and Carly Saracini with the Teach Arkansas update. Thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you, Carly Saracini. And today, because of time, we'll try to go as fast as we can, but Teach Arkansas is our initiative in educator effectiveness and licensure to entice more people to teach. And we know we need to elevate the profession, and we have some really great things going on under our Teach Arkansas umbrella. And the one that we're going to share out today is our Grow Your Own model. Mr. Dan, do you have our slides? Okay, then we'll just kind of go. Okay. Well, we started collaborating with CTE, Dr. Kremers and her group, and we feel that we just really have a great model, because sometimes when you get into your post-high school, maybe teaching doesn't look attractive, and so trying to hook those students that are in high school, that maybe if we can give them a taste of what, or change their mindset to, I want to be a teacher earlier instead of later, then maybe we can make a change and build our pipeline. So with this new Grow Your Own, we have partnered with CTE, and we, in the spring, Secretary Key announced it at our Ed Rising. And our Ed Rising is the curriculum that you can use for high school. And it's a national curriculum for students that is wanting to aspire to be an educator. It is lots of components, but at the same time, we wanted to make sure that we were looking at something just not locally, but something that kids could even participate regionally and state, because we all know that's important to them. So with Ed Rising and then partnering with CTE, it was just a win-win. And so we have now our roadmap starting for the career exploration and pathway. And students can even become a member of Ed Rising. And so we have Jessica Thomas with us today, and she's CTE. And then we have Charlie Krausen out of Educator Effectiveness, and they have really collaborated together to really push this out to students. And Arkansas first became affiliated with Educator Rising in 2017 as part of this Teach Arkansas campaign. And with that, I'm going to let Ms. Dr. Kremers speak a little bit, and then I'll come back, because it's really exciting that we see kids doing what they're doing.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Saracini. We're very excited about this collaboration, because what we were doing in CTE was fabulous. It was great, but the scale of what could happen was not as large as what is possible by doing it in collaboration with the whole Arkansas Department of Education and the other initiatives that are happening. So where we were touching a smaller group of students, now we're reaching far and wide. So we're extremely thrilled about the project, and one of the major first updates to do was to create a certified teaching assistant certification. So with CTE, it's important to us to, and for the whole student population with the Department of Ed, to have industry recognized credentials that the students can earn, that it helps kind of get them on that first path where they can enter, exit, career, be working in the school, maybe while I'm going to go on to college. It just gives a lot of options where I can work now, work school, or combinations thereof, and maybe earn a little bit more, because they're going through more credentialing than they would with just a parapro being in a school. So we're super excited about the addition of the CTA in collaboration with the Department of Education, and all of the good things to come. So Carly's going to share a little bit more about the next step of how this will begin to expand for the next year.
So this really is our first step on this roadway, is to enter in and leave high school with a CTA. And that's even taken the praxis exam for paraprofessionals so that a student does not even have to leave that district. They're employable with that district as soon as they graduate high school. And so that they're working right there in some position at the school with students. And so that's one of the things that I know Mr. Fritz talked about yesterday, that, you know, when you leave that area sometimes to go away to school, you don't always come back to that area. And so we feel that this is really great because these students will be employable as soon as they graduate high school in some component working with students. A lot of it will maybe possibly be a paraprofessional or instructional assistant, but it could also be maybe as that dyslexia coach if they go on and get that training to do dyslexia intervention. And that would put them on that path. Then they could go straight into a 2-year program at a local junior college, and then on to a 4-year, and maybe never have to leave that position, because nowadays with online and various things like that, it's really lends itself to those students staying in that community. And we all know that we really have to reach out for those grow-your-owns within the community, and that will also help with our making a more diverse workforce. And that is one of our main goals under Teach Arkansas, is that diversity in the workforce. And we talked about it earlier today and yesterday. And so we really feel that this is just a win-win, because our students will leave high school with that credential. And what's so awesome, sometimes one of those barriers is paying for that praxis exam for the paraprofessional. And would you like to speak on how we've even covered that aspect?
So for the criteria for the certified teaching assistant, I think, I want to make sure I'm covering what we will have them do the parapro, which is the basics of math, literacy, math and literacy, kind of those basic competencies. But this will begin to get into pedagogy. So it'll be in addition to what a parapro would have. So they'll have those additional learning components and possibilities as a part of the program. So the existing career and technical program of study goes through kind of some of the basics, but it's very geared towards an early childhood, elementary, kind of a daycare worker or early childhood ed. So the new program of study that will be developed with Jessica and Charlie and kind of all the collaboration will be expanding that now, where it may be a focus of high school teachers, any other teachers. It'll be linked with a college so that those students can earn concurrent credit. They're looking at Reach University, which will get into a lot of diversity and equity as a part of the curriculum. So very excited about the new development that will come, and we hope to release that program of study. We're working towards a 22-23 school year for that to be added, so very excited about the options. It gives more options for students, and the great thing about Reach University is for the concurrent option, there's no requirement for the ACT. So I think that the day I found that out, we all did hands in the air. We were really excited because there's no barrier to set on the path for post-secondary education and becoming a teacher, plus all of the funding that can help support a student to pay their way to be able to get there. So super excited about Secretary Key's vision for strengthening that pipeline and ensuring, that we're building on where we had a small start, that we're expanding into that larger scale vision and mission and work.
This leads us in, if you see the overview of a pre-educator program of study, so that they can even take some classes and have that concurrent credit to already start on that teacher ed degree going into post-secondary. But we're really excited. The life skills, we see it breaking off, where eventually we're going to work right now to where we hopefully will roll this one out in 22-23, that we have to pass the early childhood and then into, if I know I want to be a teacher for sure and not just maybe work in pre-K or healthcare, Head Start or something like that, that then it would be another path and there would be opening for more concurrent credit. So we have to not only partner with CTE, but this is also a partnership with our universities and colleges across the state. And so we just feel this is a great win-win. There's scholarship money out there for them that we will help them with, and hopefully this will be a pathway into a pipeline for our teachers. And I'm sure Charlie's back there and Jessica, and we're probably forgetting something. We're trying to go through this really fast, but we're really excited about this. And the
So last year, this school year is the first year that we offered the CTA, and so the students that qualified, we had about 6 students qualify based on just they were already kind of meeting the majority of the requirement set. We've looked ahead and we anticipate the potential for 300 this year. Now that they still have to meet their field requirements, do the parapro, pass that exam, and then we do one final check on the actual course taking within that program of study. But we definitely see the potential for potentially 300 this year. So the growth is going to be exponential now that this partnership has happened, so we're extremely excited. And even the number of growth of the school districts being involved and having this as a program of study has continued to grow. So we think that once the new program of study rolls out, in addition to the excitement that starts to happen about being able to use that CTA in the school district in the many ways that they can be utilized, we really feel like the model will see even years to come. It'll 300, we hope it to be 3,000, 30,000. We just want this really strong teacher pipeline and that it's sustainable. And we hope that this will help us as a grow your own, that it's a sustainable model to happen in the schools.
And we're really excited because this year we even got some grant funding with Ed Rising from the Walton Foundation. And so we are going to have a first-year cohort and second-year cohort of districts. And so we're really excited because we're actually going to be able to provide them funding to get the curriculum and pay for it. And so this is, again, very exciting, and we're building this airplane as we fly. But again, we're just excited that we are going to be able to provide the opportunities to students, and we are trying to focus on those hard-to-reach staff areas for this particular grant monies. And so, again, we're trying to put it where we really need to attract those individuals into an educator pipeline. And so we feel it's a win-win. I'm trying to think of what else. This is just more credentials about the certified teaching assistant and how to apply and if you meet those qualifications. And we're just super happy that we partnering together is actually giving districts an opportunity to also have another pathway for students in the coursework. And so, because, sometimes you know what you want to do in high school, and then sometimes you think you want, and we need to explore those careers, and this just gives us an opportunity to explore into education more than we have in the past. So, and here are the ones who actually graduated in 2021 with the CTA, and we hope that that number goes over 300 this year. Anything else, Dr. Krimmers?
No, I think that's great, and we're happy to answer questions or take however, answer them later, however we plan to do that.
We try to do it fast.
And we've left up a few success stories, so we have some quotes from teachers and students, so if you're able to see on the PowerPoint more closely, I'm really excited about some of the success stories and quotes from kind of those that have already been experiencing the model and being very excited about it and the success of being at the University of Arkansas as an educator.
And I'll go ahead and tell you the districts that are in the cohort of the grant: Clarendon School District, Dumas, Helena, West Helena, Jasper, Little Rock, Marble Lane. Our cohort 2 will be Blytheville, Brinkley, Earl, Forest City, Lee County, Osceola, and Pine Bluff. So we're trying to spread it totally around, so we're really excited.
That's good. Good to hear that. I'll start with Mr. Sutton for questions. Dr. Moore?
I
it's great, and I think in light of our conversation yesterday, they are thinking about, especially these students being more apt virtually, thinking about different opportunities in those realms and the opportunities for students to be employed while in college. So thank y'all.
Ms. McFittridge?
No questions, thank you. Good presentation.
Mr. Luckadoo?
I'm very excited about this. I think the work of this is going to be awesome. And on your previous slide, one of those students, one of those was my former student, Rebecca Robbins. So it's awesome to see her up there too.
This is fantastic. I am so happy, and just thinking about where we came from, having the teacher cadet to making this much progress, and I'm excited because, in the past I've seen students come through and get their CNA just so they could have a job when they got out of high school to be able to put themselves through college, and I can see this becoming the same thing and then leading into a teaching career. So this is exciting, and I know it's been a lot of work getting here, but I think, again, as Secretary Key said, in 5 or 10 years, we're going to see the results of this, and I think this is one that we're going to see the results of what hopefully going to become teachers in our pipeline. So thank you.
Dr. Hill?
I just want to echo everybody's sentiments. Definitely the relationship aspect of it, building what I was talking about. You can take a developmental person, put them with Miss Newton, and they can just that type of deal, and then just really bring them along. But it's kind of like in football. I know you get tired of hearing me saying that, but everything I think of comes from that. But it's kind of like being a graduate assistant football coach, and I was able to work under 5 different head coaches at the University of Arkansas because of the relationship I had with the players. They wanted to keep me around when they came in there, and so that helped me develop because they were doing that because I could go talk to the kids. And so I admire what you all are doing and support it 100%.
Yeah, I love this grow your own model, and I'm so glad that it's expanding the way that it is so exponentially. And to go to Dr. Hill's point, that relationship, I think we've seen with other programs where you leave and you may teach somewhere else for 2 years, and they may even actually have the intention of coming back home, but because you've been away, you've been exposed to other things, you may decide, I think I'll stay here. But the fact that we keep them and that relationship never breaks, and that camaraderie and that just sense of nostalgia, like this is where I grew up, this is where I graduated from high school. I think that is going to be so effective at retaining teachers and like Ms. Newton said, broadening that teacher pipeline. So I'm so excited about this program, and I'm looking forward to the fruit of it. So thank you so much for your work, and we appreciate it.
Okay, and so Dan, do you have the link for the statewide community resources portal? This will be a really quick update, but it's a very important work, and I think at one time I saw Chelsea was on here, Ms. Kaufman. I'm not sure if they're still on. Yeah, I think they may have some additional comments. For I don't know, for years, different people have asked, is there a place where I can find resources for various things, whether it's food pantries, clothing, wraparound services that in education we find that students and their families need, and those are things that are barriers to their success in education. And there has not been a centralized place where whether you're an educator or member of the community, where you can go and identify those potential supports. And that's what we've created here. This is a statewide community resources portal. It really stemmed from the work that Dr. Pfeffer and a number of others identified as being needed as part of Engage Arkansas. Because when you start asking questions, why aren't you engaged? Why aren't you on your the Zoom with your teacher? Why, whatever the question may be, you find that there's something totally unrelated to school that is getting in their way. This gives us a statewide resource so that you can go and look by region or by county or by topic category and identify what those potential resources are to help support those students and be able to connect. This is a connector portal is what this is. And so we are working with DHS divisions. We're working with across the state government to identify where these opportunities are. The entities that that aren't on the list, if they see that they aren't on the list and they say, well, wait a minute, we provide services in this area, there's a way to get them on the list. I think we have 1,500 different, so that was maybe more than that now, but I think it was around 1,500 organizations or supports represented here, and we want that to grow so that there is a robust set of supports in each county, each district, and each region of the state. Dr. Hill, you think about the work that the team that you've been talking to us about. This is in that vein of only it's not just for Pulaski County or Pine Bluff, or it's something in across the whole state of Arkansas that we've developed. And this isn't, we're not doing the work. We're just trying to connect the people that are doing the work with the people who need the work done. Anything you want to? I'm not driving, or Dan's driving. Yeah.
Can you click on the All Categories tab? Is that what's up there?
Yeah. Yeah. So you can see the range of as Dan kind of scrolls through there. You can see the range of categories that we are we're including here. We'll send you the link. It's not live right now. Regent has provided us with a kind of a preliminary link, and we'll make sure you get it when it goes live. Ivy, what's our time frame for rolling it out?
Next week.
Okay, next week. All right, so this will be live next week. We'll make sure that it's on our webpage. I'm sure that we'll have a blast on there, and whatever other communication or social media, we'll be posting it there as well. So please share, and now that when people ask you, hey, where can I get help for this, this would be the first place you can send them. Anybody else on the team has anything to add on that? That covers that topic.
I think this is awesome. I have background working in a church as a front office person, administrative assistant, personal assistant, and I can't tell you how many calls we would get every day with people asking for services, and we kept a notebook there, but there was no place where we could find everything in one place. So this is awesome for so many different avenues, not just in education, but this is so useful to be able to have it all in one place and something that you can direct them to as well. And I just think this is awesome. This is great. So thank you so much for the work. It's very useful. Okay, well, if there's nothing else, what we'll do is a working lunch. Lunch is ready upstairs, so what we'll do is bring them downstairs, and Ms. Smith is going to do district reports while we eat lunch. She's going to be our entertainment while we have lunch. So we'll break and go get our lunches, and then we'll meet back down here at, let's see, 12:35. That should give us enough time. Hurry. Okay, we're back on, and we're going to get started with Dr. McKenzie. Thank you for joining us today. I know you've been with us all day, I think. And so we're going to skip forward in the agenda and move straight to the parent survey. So thank you for joining us today, and you go on ahead.
Super. Chelsea, do you want to start?
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry, we've got Chelsea Moore with us. Hi, Chelsea.
You're fine.
How are you
Thank
doing?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Board, for having us here today. Chelsea Moore from the Office of Public School Accountability, Coordinator of Engagement. We early this year conducted some a survey in partnership with Dr. McKenzie at the Office for Education Policy, and kind of the foundation of that is that we know that family engagement is, research confirms that engagement is one of the most powerful predictors of child development, of educational attainment, and eventual student success in school and in life. So a bedrock of that is asking questions and listening to families and communities. So in that vein, we reached out to Dr. McKenzie, who helped us to craft and promote, deploy this great survey. So I'll turn it over to her to let her share with you just some of the information that we heard from families across the state.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Chelsea. So I'm Sarah McKenzie. I'm the Executive Director of the Office for Education Policy, and I'm just going to briefly share some of the results from our parent survey that we gave in November from like the 9th to the 22nd. It was available in both English and Spanish, which I really liked the option to have a Spanish version out there. We did get a couple hundred parent responses in Spanish that I think really add some depth to the survey. Overall, we had about 17,836 parents that responded to the survey, which is a significant amount of parents. But still, we think that's about 6% of the full student population, the full parent guardian population. So even though it's a big number, it's a small slice of our parents that are out there. They represented over 30,000 individual students, and we asked them individually about each one of their students and how they were dealing with the current learning situation. It's not really representative of the state as a whole. Free and reduced lunch parents who said that their students were free and reduced lunch eligible were underrepresented by about 24 percentage points compared to the state demographics as a whole, which isn't unexpected. It's often hard to get equal representation from all your populations. And white parents were overrepresented by about 15 percentage points. This was a sample of convenience. We did not strategically target a representative sample of parents. It was just whoever decided to respond to the survey. So the pluses that I want to point out are that you guys have a copy of this report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, obviously, either now or in follow-up. About 62% of parents that responded said that their child was learning the same or more than in a normal year, which is pretty fantastic news for us, given all the concerns about virtual and online learning. There were some differences by the instructional mode that students were in. Most of our students were in person. 69% of our respondents said that their students were attending school in person, which is real consistent with the data that the state has on how students are attending school. And those parents were the least likely to say that their students were learning less than a normal year. Only 1 in 4 of those parents responded that they felt their students were learning less, whereas students that were remote only, 38% of those parents said that they felt like their students were learning less than in a normal year. And the highest rate of parents responding that their students were learning less than a normal year was in the hybrid learning, where it was part-time in school and part-time online. Almost half of those parents felt like their students were learning less than in a normal year. But parents felt overall that schools were doing an excellent or good job, particularly in teaching and instruction which was 72% of parents felt like their schools were doing that. And 71% felt that the schools were doing a good job of handling the COVID requirements of cleaning and keeping kids safe. So that's fantastic. On the downside, we had about 30% of parents respond that their student was an English language learner, which is very inconsistent with what the demographics of the state say. And when we looked at it by reported race and ethnicity of their students, it was sort of all over the map. So I think parents didn't understand exactly what an English language learner was in our sort of edu speak. And so those results are I don't recommend looking at the ELL subpopulation as a group because we can't really tell if those were ELL kids or not. An additional concern about this survey, I think, is that we don't have any pre-COVID information. So we don't know if this is really positive or if it's maybe a decline from what we would have seen earlier. It's just sort of a point in time right now that tells us how parents are feeling at this point. And I think one of the biggest challenges, which for me as a researcher, was that we didn't ask parents to identify their school district. So we can't say whether these were a bunch of parents from a particular school district or whether it was representative of districts throughout the regions. We did ask them to identify the region of the state in which they lived. So we have that information and it's broken out for you in the report. But, I feel like a lot of this information, since so many of these decisions are being made at the district level about instruction and modality and choices that parents are being given, it would have been helpful to have that information. I think one of the most interesting things was the question that we asked parents about, what do you think schools should be focused on? And they were supposed to choose either rethinking the way that we educate students based on what we've learned through COVID-19, or to go back to the way things were as soon as it's safe to do so. And our parents were really split on that, actually. It was about 50-50 between those two options. In the national sample that was given by the National Parents Union, 66% of parents said they wanted schools to rethink how we were moving forward. But when we break that out by parents whose students were FRL eligible, we see that those parents were much more interested in schools rethinking the way schools go about education and not just going back to the way it was before COVID. So I thought that was a really interesting piece to hear the voice of those parents, even though they were underrepresented in our sample, responding so differently than parents whose students have more socioeconomic advantage, perhaps. Moving forward, one of the things that I think I would recommend is doing an annual parent survey and sort of gathering this information more regularly so we can tell differences over time. And OEP is happy to partner with the State Department on doing that and sort of setting it up and getting it out and researching and interpreting the data for y'all when it comes in. So that's all I have, unless you guys have other questions.
This is Susan Chambers. I had a question about, as you were talking about FRL and rethinking, could you elaborate just a little bit on what rethinking maybe looks like from those families' perspective?
That's an excellent question, and I wish that I could. I think that's something we need to dig into a little bit more with parents. We just asked them to respond to one of those two statements that they agreed with more, and I do think we can unpack that more with parents, sort of what particular things do they think that they would like to see changed in their kids' schooling experience.
Do we have any more questions? Dr. Moore?
No, other than echoing that, I think especially when you look at it by region, it's telling and concerning to some extent. And I'm hoping that districts look at this and to encourage them to reach out to families as they are making their plans, especially when we talked about the money, what to do with that, how should school look post-COVID, and those that are really asking it to be different. I'm hoping those conversations will happen.
I appreciate you sharing that, Dr. Moore. I do want to point out that 68% of parents who responded felt that their child's school included them in the decision-making process. So I feel like that's a really big glow and a celebration for our schools and districts across the state. So a majority of parents felt that they've been included, and I just want to reiterate that the pandemic has elevated engagement, and I think that going forward, just in line with Dr. McKenzie's recommendation, we want to consider how we continue to sustain this elevated engagement, and I think that including families at the local level in that decision-making process is absolutely the right route.
And I appreciate what you said as far as, Dr. McKenzie, as far as this is just a point in time. We really don't have anything to compare it to pre-COVID. So I think that's an excellent idea that we move forward with some sort of consistent surveying, at least annually, so that we can have something to gauge this information against. And I understand that it's so difficult to get our parents that fall into that FRL category sometimes to respond, but I wish there was some way that we could get a more accurate sample of our different types of families from across the state. But that's something that we're always working on and working toward.
Well, when Chelsea and I first talked about this, I was thinking about, with all the data that OEP uses, we have a lot of student information data. And so if we could link that to parent emails, right, then we would know where those kids went to school, what grade they were in, if they were special ed, if they were ELL, if they were FRL, and we could put all that data in on the back end without having to ask parents for that information. And if we had that, then we could set up a sample of parents that was like, we want this percent FRL, we want this percent ELL, and sort of target the sample that way.
Right.
But we weren't able to get access to parent emails or text numbers or anything like that through the state. So I think that's something that would be really helpful in parent communication moving forward, having a database of that information sort of centrally housed, instead of having to go through districts to rely on them to promote the survey, because that can lead to differences in the sample.
Right. Well, thank you so much for your work and the work that OEP did. And Chelsea, thank you so much for your ongoing work with family and community engagement and your team. It's the last few years we have made incredible strides when it comes to family and community engagement with Desi, and the support that we've gotten. It's just been amazing. So it's wonderful to see the growth and the importance that is demonstrated with making sure that our families are engaged and the important role that plays. So thank you so much for your work. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Have a great day. Okay, then we're gonna move forward with Ms. Stacy Smith and our district reports.
Okay, all the reports were loaded on the agenda. And so I'm not going to read or pull, but I do want to lift some things up for you, and then just kind of update you on other things going on along with some of these districts, things that we're really proud of, and some things that we have some concerns about, because I think those are all important. So just for your information, again, when you're looking at those legislative reports, there's lots of links in there, and I'm trying to put the word current. So like, this is the current DESI support plan, so that you can see what's the latest one that's been added and the emphasis on the work for the last 3 months since we last did an update. So each time I'll do that. I'll rename it current, so you know which link, if you were going to look at one of them, which one it is to look at, okay? So let's talk a little bit about Dollarway. and kind of where we are from the last time that we met and did the annexation. Immediately after the vote last board meeting, that was done, we sent a letter out that afternoon that went to both school districts, kind of informing them of what the decision was and what were the next steps. I Zoomed with the entire staff from Dollarway the following week and the entire staff from Pine Bluff and tried to answer questions and address concerns. I was impressed with both staff. And again, I think it really just shows that people were engaged in the conversation throughout. There's still some apprehension, there still was some questions, but both meetings were very pleasant. I mean, I enjoyed visiting with both staff, where it could have been a meeting that, I didn't know how it was going to go. But again, we have professionals and people asked great questions, and questions that needed to be asked. How does the RIF work if there is a RIF? What are the decisions? What are the next steps? I mean, good questions. Ms. Warren and I have a meeting every Friday that's specific to the annexation. She has a team meeting Friday, like midday, where she's meeting with district staff from both. The transition team is being put together. That was one of the things that was in the order. I can tell you that PPC chairs from both classified and certified from both districts are part of that. So they're a part of that team and the work that's going through. We're creating a 30, 60, 90 plan for the annexation, very similar to what they're doing with their 30, 60, 90 plans for professional learning communities and coaching. So it's something that they already have in their district, and they're just taking that, and that was their choice as a group to say, hey, we wanted to present it this way, so it's very public. We can let the district, we can let folks know what we're working on. So I thought those were positive things. This first 6 months for Dollarway, it's really on the focus on the annexation and getting everything lined up, and some big decisions. Right now, their ratio is 13-1 basically as a district. And so when we talk about the financial side of that and the opportunities as they merge in with Pine Bluff is about 14 to 15-1 ratio. So there's money-saving opportunities on both sides there. So this is the time to get that right, and what that looks like. So those are some of the really big conversations. Now that doesn't mean we jump it all the way up to 25-1, okay? We have to find the sweet spot, and that happens in conversations. So those are some of the big conversations that are happening these first 2 months of the conversation. I'll tell you that one thing Ms. Warren was like, I feel like I have to remove people, and I have to start thinking about what are the positions and what are the needs of the district, what are the positions and the needs at each building, minus people. And then we start plugging in people, because that's how you can make some more logical decisions and make sure that we're making decisions for the right reasons to serve students. Yes, sir.
At this point, does Pine Bluff anticipate using any of the facilities at Dollarway?
Yes. All the campuses at Dollarway will remain open next year. In fact, the Dollarway campuses, many of them are in better shape than some of the Pine Bluff campuses.
Oh.
So they're going to be used. And I think, we'll get to a point with some of those campuses, hopefully you'll start seeing overlapping, because it's one district. And you're going to be able to see. So those are the things big decisions that, some of those decisions will be made in the next 6 months, but some of that you'll see over the next year and a half.
And back to the brief point you made about whether there would be a RIF or not, what's the current requirement for Pine Bluff to retain personnel? Is it for like the next year or 2 years?
Yeah, you've got your yearly contract you have to notify. You still have to follow teacher fair dismissal, right, those types of things. For Dollarway, when we looked at the reduction in force policy, even in an annexation, it falls to Dollarway first. so they're the ones who, if there is a similar position that they determined they did not need, it would hit that group first. But we're not looking at huge staff cuts. Remember, both of these districts face large turnovers every year. We feel like a lot of the areas where we're going to maybe not replace some positions and move people around and adjust. So, retention is an ongoing issue. And so earlier when you heard about retention recruitment plans, you got to hear Carly and Dr. Kramer's, or I'm sorry, Ms. Saraceni and Dr. Kramer's talk about, grow your own. Like those are the conversations that are occurring within the strategic plan for both districts or Pine Bluff moving forward.
There's nothing that would prevent somebody, if they were to be let go from Dollar Way, from applying at an open position in Pine Bluff.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Correct. So February is a big month as far as some of that planning pieces, because we want to have conversations with anybody whose position could possibly be eliminated. So February is important. Intent to returns, we're going out in January. And I want to say they have gone out, but I'm not 100% sure. But I know the plan was those were going out this month. So we knew who was planning on returning. When I did meet with both staffs through the webinar, one thing both staffs talked about was money, raises, bonuses, some of those pieces. But it also opened a very candid conversation about what your current ratio is. And districts around you that do have higher pay scales, what their teacher to student ratio is. And so that was probably one of the first times that kind of conversation had occurred with them. And it came up like 2 or 3 times. I would quickly have to go back and say, let's look at what your ratio is, how many students, and I know you got to visit and see. So we talked about that. We talked about how a lot of high schools in the state have 120 to 150 students on their roster for an individual teacher, where in their cases, some of them were around 50. So those are decisions and conversations that have to be had, and we'll be having those. Pine Bluff, one of the things I want you to be aware of, Pine Bluff did have 13 audit findings during their legislative audit this year, and that was very disappointing. At the same time, we were aware that we were struggling in that business office. There have been some personnel changes. There is lots of support happening there. It's one of those moments of we're constantly capacity building, and we're constantly trying to drag people to the line at times. Every one of these districts that are in state authority are there because there are critical elements that are broken. And we're trying to build capacity to get people back to a foundation level. And so when we talk about districts and state authority, there's good stuff going on, but there's also a lot of things that have to be corrected. And there are times that my staff's in there, we're dragging people to get them to a certain point because it's so important that we get there. And right now with Pine Bluff, getting that business office really tight to a level of efficiency and not having audit findings is a priority. Ms. Warren's taking that very seriously. And that is, as we're looking at this annexation piece, that's something that we got lots of arms wrapped around it right now, so that hopefully we don't see that next year. Okay, so that was a big area of concern. Positive things for Pine Bluff that I did want to lift up. Doing a lot of work with principal capacity building, leadership capacity building. We feel like the principal is a key person in those districts that are going to impact the teachers and the students. Really doing a lot of work on instructional model, what's the expectation in the classroom, principals doing walkthroughs, us coaching the principals. What did you see? What kind of input would you give back? What kind of feedback? Are folks walking around to make sure that we're seeing instruction happening? Okay, and we're seeing more instruction happening in the classroom. We still have, both in Dollar Way and in Pine Bluff, very low numbers of students who are on site. So I talked about Jefferson County and the fear that is in that county. It's real. It is real. And so that is just something that the engagement piece, We're really having to wrap our arms around that. When you think about the new federal funds that are coming in to the district, you're looking at $7.7 million for Pine Bluff and $2.7 million for Dalloway. It's a lot of money. And so our expectation is that there is a really robust plan, very thought out, on how we re-engage kids and how do we go back and create, fill in any kind of learning loss. How do we build the capacity for retention for teachers? Really going back and looking at root cause analysis of some of the reasons why we're in the shape that we're in and making sure that we're filling some of those holes. I'm gonna pause there and see if you guys have any questions about Dalloway or Pine Bluff.
I just want to be clear of what I understood, or think I understand. When you said fear for not coming, is that COVID fear?
Yes.
Virus fear?
Yes, fear of the virus.
On that, do you expect the district to apply to offer that virtual option next year?
That is something we're talking about right now. We really have to go. Right now, we really want to pull student data on how students are doing as far as their coursework. They went with, is Edgenuity? Is that correct? Edgenuity. I'm sitting here trying to think. I'm pretty sure it's Edgenuity. How many times have I said it? I think it's Edgenuity. Let me say it one more time. Edgenuity? I think it is. I'm sure Sheila is yelling at me on my phone back there what it is. They went with an online platform that had a lot of the content built in, and it was self-paced, and that was curriculum that was pre-made. And we felt like that was a really good decision for them. We felt like in some of their areas of curriculum, it may have been a stronger piece of curriculum than they'd had previously. So we're having to step back and look at some student data to see how students are doing. There was, I will tell you, the rigor of the curriculum that they were using was at a very high level, that teachers were having to do lots of filling in for students to even be successful in the online platform they were working in, which is not a bad thing, that we had a high bar. But we got to make sure kids aren't failing. They do have, Ms. Warren is very committed to making sure we've got wraparound services for students, making sure students are being called. And so those pieces are there. We just got to keep up in the game. Any other questions about Dalloway or Pine Bluff?
Did they see, I know it's only week 2, have they seen an increase in the number of face-to-face students this semester compared to last semester?
Not this first week, they have not. So that's been a conversation and an expectation that in February that happens. So that was a conversation that really occurred with all state authority schools, looking at their numbers for engagement first semester to second semester. One thing that's very interesting for superintendents right now is they feel tremendous pressure from their community about the safety, but they also feel tremendous pressure on what everybody around them is doing. So when the district down the road is having a virtual day all day on Fridays, they feel the need to have a virtual day all day on Friday. When they see over here this district is doing this, they feel that same pressure. There is a tremendous amount of pressure. And so we were just having to have some real hard conversations about what is it that you have to do for your district. And we get what everybody else is doing, but is it working? And what does the research tell us? So the expectation for all the districts is that student engagement increases, and that if students were not engaged first semester, we're finding out we're trying to pull them back on campus.
Whether we like it or not, we have to think about Pine Bluff is on a clock as far as the 5 years. And so with the annexation of Dalloway, are we going to go back and look at any of the exit criteria and redo the exit plan, or is it going to stay as is? How is that going to work?
No, it's a great question. So this first 6 months for both Dalloway and Pine Bluff, the focus is on the annexation. After the 6 months, the focus transitions to, and I kept talking about this beforehand, the strategic plan of what's next for Pine Bluff. And to me, that strategic plan of what next becomes our action plan for exit criteria and what that looks like. And to me, that really involves the community pieces, and this is where we will partner with WestEd again. What I told Wested we needed was we really needed the structure of a strategic plan and accountability to make sure we're meeting our marks when we set goals of things that we're expecting to do or reports that need to be done. They're the ones who are helping us make sure we get all that done and that we have all the different groups working on their actions. My hope is that in December of next year, or this year, December of this year, I'm coming to you guys with the strategic plan for Pine Bluff. So we've got 6 months of annexation and then this 6 months strategic planning for what's next for Pine Bluff, and then that's coming to you. And in that plan, it's what are the next steps look like? Is it a reconstitution of a board? Is it looking back at communities and a limited authority board and getting people trained? We remember we talked about that in the annexation part, about having to make sure people are trained, understanding. So to me, that needs to be in all that conversation for strategic planning.
I like the idea that we are thinking about that, what do we want this to look like when we get there, and not just saying, well, here we are now, what should it look like? And so I think that's the right attitude to go about this.
Yeah, and I shared this with Commissioner Key the other day. Ms. Warren and I were talking about it, and she had some ideas for this upcoming year and how she wants to approach some things. And as she's moving into the beginning of this 21-22 school year, she's really looking at safety and culture for the Pine Bluff School District as a whole. Like, we've got to get those two pieces right again, and it's that foundational piece while we're planning that strategic plan on what's next. My goal and my hope for Ms. Warren is, as she's approaching into that next school year, we're starting to hit home runs. And we're doing things that are innovative, that are out of the box, that people are going to come and see what we're doing. It has to include higher ed. It has to include business. It has to involve the community. To me, there needs to be lots of partners on this strategic plan. And then from there, we're just constantly marking it off and hopefully making progress. Not hopefully, making progress.
Coach Hill don't know what you mean when you say hitting home runs. You guys say making first downs.
Oh.
It's about making first downs.
Hey, we're spiking the ball. Spiking the ball.
We don't. We'll get to that later.
That's a flag, though, right? It's a flag now if you spike the ball, isn't it? Okay. Okay, we're gonna catch. Okay, we're gonna go down the 20. We're gonna hit the 40, and we get to the 50. Rah, rah, rah. All right, first down. Thank you. Thank you. So we've got big plans for Pine Bluff, and I think Pine Bluff is ready. I mean, they're ready, and you've got lots of community people who want it. So to me, the timing's right, and there's lots of funding, whether it's the federal funding coming in or business partners who want to step up and help. There's funding there, so it's a matter of people and capacity and being really specific about what we want to accomplish. But there's still a lot of work, And since I think they're listening, the OCSS team that's in Dalloway and Pine Bluff do an excellent job. Great coaching, great support. I know you were able to walk around with folks from our team and saw the relationship. So it's a good relationship. But we also have hard conversations too. But it's a two-way relationship. All right, let's talk about Earl real quick. Let's move to Earl. One thing I want to brag on Earl about, and really bragging on the superintendent. Earl was placed into state authority because of their fiscal distress and the academics, and so the financial part there has been big for them. And I just want to brag that the superintendent is really digging into that, learning that. One thing that we have put into place that's new is we're requiring these superintendents now every other month to present their finances, just like they would to a board, to Commissioner Key and Dr. Pfeffer and Mr. Rogers. And so they get up and they present just like they would be so they're having to answer questions, they're having to look at their budget sheets, and we did that the first time this month, and it went really well. I mean, you could see there were some things that we need to do some more coaching on or make sure they know, but Tish was off like $1.86, And it was driving her crazy the night before. She's calling people, where's this $1.86? It's not lining up. And before, she had never really had to look at that or question that. And so it's that capacity building piece for the people who are the superintendents, so that when we walk away, they have that. And so really proud of her stepping up for that. Earl's going to get about $1.5 million, again, that we're going to have to really be intentional planning for. One thing, they have done a better job with the engagement piece and keeping kids at school. I will say their coaches, their basketball coaches and their football coaches have been a part of that, of really making sure their athletes are engaged at school. When you're there, you can see the athletes, they're there. They were also under this pressure of having these virtual days and switching their schedules for second semester. And they stood firm and did not. They are 5 days a week still at school, and they've actually even extended their day for some after-school programs. So I think we're moving in the right directions. We still have a lot of work to do on the academic part. So that Grow Your Own program again, making sure that we got highly qualified teachers in a classroom. Those are the important pieces. And so that's the part that Earl has to keep working on.
That was something I wish I had said when Ms. Saraceni and Dr. Kremers was here. I was really impressed when they were talking about the grants for the Grow Your Own. It was so many of these schools that we've talked about over and over and over that are having trouble getting teachers and recruiting, that are really getting involved in that Grow Your Own program. And I'm pretty sure Earl was one of those. And so, I was very thankful for that. So hopefully that's going to make a difference.
Earl, Pine Bluff, and Lee County, all three of them are part of that program.
Good.
And with Lee County, brag on Ms. Saraceni again, their group is working with our team, and they're calling it Operation LC, so Operation Lee County, and really trying to develop a retention and recruitment plan that could be a model for the state, and looking at really how you can use your different federal resources and funds. So the Grow Your Own program that you saw earlier, that'll be a part of it, but they're looking at all these other areas in there that can be built into their plan, so much more robust. Lee County, they're in this situation they're in because of a standards for accreditation violation. Ms. Kaufman has a team going in the last week of this month to do a standards for accreditation visit. My OCSS team is on campus several days every week. Of all the districts that we're working with right now, Lee County probably has some of the biggest challenges, and there are other areas that we're concerned about. And so when we think about level 5 support and state authority, it's probably something that conversation is going to come back up again with Lee County, and the need probably for support after this year. There's just things that we have lots of concerns. And Ms. Murdoch, this is her first year there back. She's been there 6 months, and so she's identifying areas that we've got to tighten up on and clean up on. But time, and then a year of COVID. It's been a very difficult year. I know Joel got to be kind of a keynote for the staff the other day on a PD day before Dr. Cruz from Solution Tree. So we appreciate you taking your time to do that with them. But there's so Lee County, lots of work going on. Literacy team was there this week, actually screening students on literacy and helping with some assessments, because we see that they're still struggling there. And so we had a whole staff. I had Sandy Shepard there with a whole group of folks, and they were trying to go through and try to build up really what does that literacy plan need to look like, and then making sure that our teachers have the skills needed to be able to deliver. And what we see a lot of times is we're in the district last year training folks, and then we go back year 2, and it's a whole new group of teachers. And so until we get that retention piece right, where we can keep we're going to constantly every year be starting over, and that's kind of what we're doing right now is we keep starting over. So is there any questions about Earl or Lee County?
Stacey, something you just said made me think of a question. So we're doing this A to F pause. Have we given any consideration to these schools that are sort of under our authority in light of 2020 and sort of modifying their exit? I don't know how else to say that.
So their exit, it depends on what they, what they were identified for support for. And so in some cases, fiscal with Earl, that it's going to be driven by the fiscal, meeting their fiscal obligations and challenges. Dollarway, the action's already been taken there. Pine Bluff, we've really tried to get away from F schools being the reason why. One, that you get put in state takeover, and two, how you get out of state takeover. It's really about, what are those building blocks of success for teachers and students, and how we make sure those are in place. So that's where I think, especially when looking at Little Rock and the assessment of where they are in meeting some of these and implementing some of these building blocks. Stacy's done a good job of really refocusing it beyond just that one time a year test score, did we make it or did we not? That's why we have Lee County again, because they made it several years ago by the skin of their teeth, but they made the mark that law had in place, and then within a short period of time, they were struggling again. And it's because there were no foundational changes in what was going on there. So it's a factor, but it is not the overriding factor that it once was.
Okay. I just, y'all have done very well at recognizing 2020 threw everything up in the air, and so I didn't know if that somehow played a factor in this and them trying to make headway, and they just got caught in a year that they were down, and then they got kicked even harder. So I was just curious.
Yeah. It's definitely been an interesting year, and these districts, it's added even another layer. One thing that Ms. Murdoch actually shared this as one day. She said, and I think I shared this with Joel yesterday. She made a comment that, in the past, for a lot of their kids, getting them to school on time, first period, was the challenge. So when they could decrease their tardies and make sure kids weren't missing first period, because if somebody wasn't there, they were going to the house to get them, or they were calling. And because of the way we've had these virtual options, and I think many of you expressed this yesterday. So when you have situations in which school wasn't a high priority, even getting to school on time or getting there, and that engagement piece, and the school was having to be the ones to go and get you, and now we've given you permission to do school from home, it's made it harder. And so now trying to pull kids back to campus while we've given you permission to be away, so it's kind of like, how do you do that? And I have to brag on Ms. Murdoch. I mean, again, we had some conversations about what were they going to do second semester, and she made the firm decision, if you had a D first semester in classes, you got to come back. If you have a D or an F, you got to come back on campus for those classes, and we expect your students to be here when we come back to school. And so that was the expectation. And so they're still trying to round kids up, get people there, talking to parents. But that she came out with a letter that she sent to everybody. We want your kids at school. They need to be there. It's important. So it's just another challenge. So it's a good question. Okay, anything else with any of those districts? Okay. I also added on this month a mid-year report for the Little Rock School District. And again, I tried to go through and do a rating scale so I can at least try to communicate to you, communicate to the districts. Are you meeting? Are you making adequate progress? Does improvement need to occur? I think it makes it a little bit clearer for everybody. I worked closely with Dr. Owa on the rating scales and, kind of hitting, are we in the right spot? Mr. Poore also reviewed. So this is just mid-year. On that first criteria about implementing PLC processes in high reliability schools, a lot of the mid-year evidence there, they're foundational pieces to operating a professional learning community, okay? And they've got those in place. But I think they have those in place because there have been some significant changes made in that district in the last 2 years. You've seen central office staff has changed. You've seen an executive director's team put together. You've got Dr. Owa now back there supporting Mr. Poor. And so those foundational pieces are in place. One thing that I was very impressed with, and this was something that the OCSS team assisted them with last year, is they have their schools in tiered support. And they have district level support for each of those schools depending on which tier you're in. So if you're a school that's identified as needing more support for various reasons, the executive director staff, they do more walkthroughs in your building. They're doing more supports for you. They have their own focus walk tools. Their literacy specialists or math specialists are spending more time at that school. So they themselves as a district has identified areas that are needed support and kind of filling that hole. So I think that's big. You know, I think at one point we kind of had everybody the same. We're going to get out to every school so many times. They've identified areas in which they need more support and are addressing that. So I think that's huge. On criteria 2, about their evaluation system with tests and leads, they've set up their structures well this year. They're moving forward with that. They also have a area called focus walks, which is again that executive director team. So that's their secondary. You know, Randy Rutherford, Darian Smith, Hope Worsham, those folks, and Dr. Owa, they're really talking to principals and asking principals, what have you been working with your staff on? What's really important, and what should I be seeing when I visit your classrooms? Science of reading is on every list, okay? And then individual principals pick things too. And so when these directors are walking through and they're going in classrooms, they're looking for those things and giving feedback to the principals on whether or not they saw them. So that's the district, again, building capacity, taking ownership, trying to move their staff and their schools forward. So they're making adequate progress there. When I was doing this report and gathering information, I sat and interviewed all the executive directors and Dr. Owa to gather information. And they also had the evidence folders that's also within this document. You have access to it, which shows evidence of the tasks that they've completed. That was for me and for you and for whoever else wants to look at it. 3, the district implementing the district adopted reading curriculum. If you remember last year that they came forward and they adopted a new curriculum, Science of Reading. They had lots of different folks involved in that. They had actually adopted a program that was on the list, very highly rated. Did a great job. Their teachers made that decision because they've been having the right trainings. And so again, they have ownership of that. Hope Worsham kind of leads that area there in the Little Rock School District. They are making adequate progress there. They got sidelines just like everybody else with Science of Reading and PD, but they're still moving forward with it. So doing some solid work there. The next criteria has to do with their budget, and this is an area where they have not met at a level yet. Of course, we saw that within their budget earlier in the year that they were at a deficit spending, and that's the pieces they have to overcome. They do have a very large chunk of federal funds coming to them. Again, they're going to have to be very deliberate and intentional about what they do with those funds. So hopefully they're using it to close the gap. But for Little Rock, it's like $28 million. Okay, so you have to be, when you're getting large chunks of it's not just a bonus for every teacher. And I think that's the thing everybody has to overcome. It's what are the actions, what are we doing that's going to actually cause student outcomes, okay? And the executive directors, Dr. Owa, Mr. Poor, they're having conversations internally about what's next for them and making a real intentional plan. So the budget part, for them, before COVID, before this money coming, for them, they're having to make decisions about numbers of students in buildings. They're having to make decisions about, do all our campuses remain open? Is there a closure to occur? And those are conversations that when they presented their budget to the department earlier in the year, they were already thinking like that. We know that we have to make some difficult decisions. We know when we get a board in place that these are conversations we're going to have. And so When they presented the exit criteria to their new board in January, this was presented. All of this information was presented. They're supposed to vote on it at this next board meeting to kind of, ratify the exit criteria plan. Okay, so these are conversations that are currently occurring with their board. And the final one had to do with their master facility plan. It has been submitted. Tim said it was approved and it was fine. For them, they did not pass their millage this last piece when they were asking to extend the millage rate. They're going to probably go back out and do that again. A lot of the things in their facilities plan or their future plan involve some actions that link to the extension of that millage. And so those are pieces, again, working with their current board and their community and trying to accomplish. So that's the mid-year report for Little Rock.
I have one question that's just kind of broad. As far as earlier, I think it was on criteria 3 that you talked about the curriculum that they had chosen. Is there a place for all of the districts to make it available for parents to see what curriculum they've chosen?
There's not a state requirement for districts to post that information, and we don't gather that information. Okay. I think the Little Rock School District does have a curriculum link on their webpage, okay, but I'm not sure that they actually list all the different programs that they've purchased or adopted. I'd have to go back and look at that.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think that would be helpful for parents as well to be able to see what the different curricula that they choose and how often it changes. So, thank you.
On the budget part, are there guidelines on the $28 million federal dollars that where it can't be used to go back and fill in budget where you don't have enough money in a particular pot that you can't just go back and put it in that pot? Or?
So there are categories that the money has to be spent for, okay? And so, are there areas that the district could fill in holes if it fits a category? They could. Can they go build a new building or pay a debt service? No, I don't think that would fit, unless they were being able to show direct relation to COVID and its impacting. But I would say no on some of those. But again, there are going to be extended summer things or summer practices that maybe they did in the past with funds that they could use these funds for too, that would maybe open up operating funds.
I had a budget question as well. Watching the news this morning, so I don't always have the opportunity to tune into where we are relative to LSRD and decisions that are being made. But on the news this morning, they talked about, I think it was COVID for teachers in terms of time off, and that was going to cost, I think it was estimated at $2 to $3 million, and that the board had, I thought, approved it. Maybe they meant board was going to entertain it as a decision. But when is that board completely, or when is the district completely away from state authority, and as it relates to these budget issues and being complete in the separation? Could you remind me of where we're at on that?
So they are a fully functioning board that has some limitations, and you guys put the limitations on them when that action was made. So they weren't allowed to change superintendents. That was one of the criteria. The criteria for lawsuits, they weren't allowed to engage in a lawsuit. Lori, can you remember the other stipulations? Collective bargaining, could not go back into a collective bargaining piece. And their PPC, they had to keep their PPC going. So, everything else, the district, so as we are going through this exit criteria, when we see that they're at a place where we're comfortable, we're sufficient, that they've done, then some of those restrictions could be lifted. They're still considered in level 5 support and probably will remain in level 5 support for some time. That's just us assisting them, okay? But that doesn't necessarily mean that their board is limited. And so, when you guys remove the limitations from their board,
No, and I was happy to see, I mean, that's, the budget update in the news I thought was very positive. I just wasn't sure if it needs improvement, if that's the last thing that we are currently looking at that says needs improvement. I didn't know if that budget getting in place and getting thoroughly thought through and vetted was the last piece. I was just, and I don't mean to make it so black and white.
No, you're not, and for me, while I'm trying to pull together information for you, trying to rate it so that we can, like, whether it's a 3 or a 2 or a 4 or a 1, just trying to give people, where are they at, instead of it being kind of vague. And so for mid-year, on the criteria that was established, this is how they're rated. That exit criteria 1 about setting professional learning communities and following an HRS model, that's a big goal that you just don't do in 6 months, okay? So when I mark they've met some of those pieces for setting their meetings, having a master schedule, having guiding coalitions, those are foundational pieces. Setting their norms, they've done that. The next piece to that is, just like we did with Dollarway, I sat in some of their meetings. I interviewed teachers. I went to their buildings. And so now we're looking at the implementation of pieces. So they're in a really good place as far as foundation for all of their buildings. And when you talk to their executive directors, they're very forthright in saying, we got some schools who started this several years ago, and they're ahead of everybody. And we have some who we just got them started in their meetings this year, and they've got a long ways to go. And so it's about the support piece and making sure those pieces keep going.
Last thing, I just think what you're doing is so important because you're peeling back the layers, and every district will be different in terms of how they're going to, their walk and what this looks like. But the detail that you're bringing to us allows everybody to have a more refined or a specific productive conversation about what comes next. Ms. Newton's question about, I think it was Dollarway or Pine Bluff. So the more that we can learn and apply to other schools that are maybe not in the same place on their own walk or timeline, but this is so helpful to go from the abstract to something practical and decisionable. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I promise you, every time I put one of these out, I think, oh, I wish I would have done it this way, or I wish I would have worded it this way. So there's a learning process too. The thing that's probably the most powerful for me is really doing this side by side with the district as well. I do the rating first, and then I let them see it. Did I hit the right marks or not? Do you think there's something that should be higher or lower? And on this one, there was only one score that I gave them that they came back and said, I think we were really a 4 on that, and explained and told me why they thought that. And it was enough for me to go, I think you probably are right. That probably was a 4, because it was a foundational piece. But level 5 support for the district will continue for some time. What you determine for their limitations as a board, I think that's going to be an ongoing conversation. And their board too. I mean, for their board, they just got to hear this president. They'll see this report. They have it. I believe they've sent it out to their board members. At the next board meeting, this will be discussed. And, what's next steps for them and what are they supporting within their district. So I think the goals are right.
Is it okay if I ask a question? Okay, so I especially this year, do not view test scores to be used in a punitive way, but having that data is so helpful for teachers, principals, and the district. What does that NWA data look like, and will you incorporate any of that into here at the end of the year?
So I've not seen their full winter NWA. When this report was being written, it was being completed right then. And so that's an ongoing conversation right now. But the data piece for that is important. And how they're using that within their professional learning communities for that exit criteria 1 is key. How they're using that for their principal teacher walkthroughs, feedback is important. How they're using that in their literacy curriculum. Do we see growth in their literacy, growth based on their literacy goals? I mean, all those are connected pieces. And so looking at the winter NWA data is important.
I know this is a local decision, but I know that this district in particular has been overburdened with teachers doing both in person and online at the same time. I think I read that they're looking to change that next year. Is that correct? Are those plans in place yet?
So the plans are not in place yet. I anticipate Little Rock will be one of the districts that come before you guys with an application.
Okay.
So within the district, they're working on that and what that looks like. They were one of those districts in the beginning who teachers could do both, and setting the cameras up and trying to set that up, and then struggled. You have some schools in the district that are doing really well and some teachers, and then you have others that are struggling with it. And so those are things that they're addressing as they're moving forward. But they're well aware of that and looking at better ways to do that next year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, well, if we don't have any more, do we have new business? Anyone? Thank you so much for those thorough reports, very good. And if there's nothing else, then we can adjourn. Thank y'all so much for 2 very productive days. And we'll see you around in February, yes. Y'all have a good one. Thank you.